This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't sleep right. It's been 3 months since we left that place, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking I hear that voice coming through our bedroom window. My wife says I need therapy, but how do you explain this to a therapist without sounding completely insane? We thought we'd found our dream home. After 5 years of saving and planning, Miguel and I finally had enough for a down payment on a small finca in Colombia's coffee region. It was perfect. 3 bedrooms, a beautiful kitchen with those handmade terracotta tiles I'd always wanted, and surrounded by the most stunning landscape you could imagine. The mist would roll in every morning over the mountains, and you could smell the coffee plants from our back porch. The property backed up against Rio Espejo, which the locals called the river that never sleeps because of its constant rushing sound. We were so excited. I was 4 months pregnant with our first baby, and this was going to be our family home, the place where our child would grow up, where we'd plant trees and watch them grow alongside our family. My mother, brother Carlos, and sister Anna came to stay with us for the first 2 weeks to help us move in and get settled. My mother especially wanted to be there to nest with me, setting up the nursery, organizing the kitchen, all those things mothers love to do. The trouble started on our 3rd night there. It was around 1 in the morning when my mother woke me up looking worried. "Elena, did you call for me?" she asked, standing in our bedroom doorway. I was half asleep and confused. "No, I've been asleep. I heard a woman calling for help outside. I thought maybe it was you." Miguel sat up beside me. It was probably just the wind or the river. The sound carries strangely here. My mother nodded, but she didn't look convinced. It sounded like a woman crying for help, very clearly. We dismissed it and went back to sleep. But the next night, Carlos heard it too. He was staying in the downstairs guest room with its window facing the river. He came upstairs around 2 in the morning, looking genuinely unsettled. "There's someone outside," he insisted. "A woman. She sounds like she's in trouble." Miguel grabbed a flashlight and he and Carlos went outside to check. I watched from the window as their flashlight beams cut through the thick fog that had settled around the property. They circled the house completely, even walking down toward the river's edge. They found nothing. When they came back in, Miguel tried to laugh it off. "It's just this old house settling, or maybe an animal. Sound plays tricks out here in the countryside." But Carlos wasn't smiling. "I know what I heard. It was a woman's voice, and she was calling for help. She sounded desperate." The 3rd night, we all heard it. We were having a late dinner celebrating our new home when the voice came floating in through the kitchen window. It was faint but unmistakable. A woman's voice, speaking rapidly in Spanish, calling for help. The words weren't entirely clear, but the desperation in the tone made my skin crawl. We all froze, forks halfway to our mouths. Ana was the first to speak. "That's exactly what Mama and Carlos heard." Miguel pushed his chair back. "I'm going to check again." "Not alone," Carlos said, standing up. "I'm coming too," Ana insisted. I wanted to go with them, but my mother held me back. "You stay here, protect the baby," she said, her hand instinctively moving to my belly. The 3 of them went outside with flashlights and even took Miguel's old baseball bat. I watched from the window again, feeling helpless and scared. The fog was thick that night, swallowing their flashlight beams just a few feet ahead of them. They were out there for almost 20 minutes, and when they came back, they looked shaken. "Nothing," Miguel said, but his voice wasn't as confident as before. But the voice, it seemed to move. We'd follow it toward the river, and then it would sound like it was coming from near the house. "Someone's playing a trick on us," Carlos suggested, but it sounded hollow even to him. After that night, we started hearing the voice regularly, always between midnight and 3 in the morning, always on foggy nights when the river seemed louder than usual. We started to notice patterns. The voice never came on clear nights. It was always when the mist rolled in heavy from the mountains, cloaking everything in a wet white blanket that muffled sound and distorted distance. We started keeping the windows closed, even though the house got stuffy in the evening heat. We'd double-check all the doors were locked. Miguel even installed a motion sensor light at the back of the house, facing the river, but it never triggered, not once, even when the voice was at its loudest. Then came the night that still gives me nightmares. It was the beginning of our second week in the house. My family was still staying with us, though they were set to leave in a few days. Around midnight, I woke up with the most excruciating cramping I'd ever felt. It was like my entire abdomen was trying to tear itself apart. I gasped, clutching my belly, terrified for my baby. Miguel woke up immediately. "What's wrong?" he asked, panic in his voice. "It hurts," I managed to say through gritted teeth. "It feels like contractions." The fear on his face mirrored my own. I was only 16 weeks along, way too early for the baby to have any chance of survival if I went into labor. The pain came in waves, doubling me over. Miguel helped me to the bathroom, where I sat on the edge of the tub, rocking back and forth, trying to breathe through it. He ran to wake my mother, who came rushing in with her face pale with worry. "We need to go to the hospital," Miguel said. My mother felt my forehead. "She's burning up." I remember feeling so disoriented. The pain was blinding, and I was sweating profusely despite feeling cold. My teeth were chattering. "The phones!" I gasped. "Call an ambulance." Miguel ran to get his phone, but in his panic he couldn't find it. Neither could my mother find hers. Carlos and Ana were both deep sleepers and hadn't heard the commotion. "I'll drive you," Miguel decided, helping me to my feet. But as he tried to get me down the stairs, another wave of pain hit, and I couldn't move. I slid down against the wall, clutching my belly and sobbing. "I can't make it to the car," I cried. For what felt like hours, they tried to make me comfortable in our bedroom, putting cold compresses on my forehead, helping me breathe through the pain. Miguel was frantic, still unable to find either of our phones to call for help. My mother stayed with me while he ran to wake Carlos and Ana to help search for a phone or to get the car ready. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the pain began to subside. By dawn, I was exhausted, but no longer in agony. We all collapsed into an uneasy sleep, deciding I would see a doctor first thing in the morning. When we woke up a few hours later, our phones were all sitting on the kitchen counter, plugged in and charging, exactly where we'd left them the night before. It was as if we'd all been so panicked we couldn't see what was right in front of us. The doctor found nothing wrong with me or the baby. Everything looked perfectly normal on the ultrasound. He suggested it might have been Braxton Hicks contractions, though he admitted they were unusual this early and at this intensity. We were relieved but still shaken, and then something happened that made everything infinitely worse. When we returned home that afternoon, the security guard at the entrance to our residential compound stopped us. "Is your wife okay, senor?" he asked Miguel. Miguel looked confused. "She's fine now." "Why?" "The ambulance," the guard said. "It came to your house last night around 1 a.m. I let them through when they said there was a woman in distress." Miguel and I looked at each other, the blood draining from both our faces. "We didn't call an ambulance," Miguel said slowly. The guard frowned. "They said they received a call from your address, a woman calling for help." My legs nearly gave out. Miguel had to hold me up. "Did you see them leave?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The guard nodded. About 20 minutes later, they said no one answered the door, so they assumed it was a false alarm. But we had been awake. We had been upstairs with all the lights on, me in terrible pain. There was no way we wouldn't have heard an ambulance or someone knocking. That night, we gathered in the living room, all of us too scared to sleep. It was Carlos who finally brought up what we'd all been thinking. "We need to ask the locals about this place," he said. "There's something wrong here." The next day, Miguel and I went into the small town nearby. We stopped at the local cafe, where the owner, an elderly woman named Señora Vasquez, served us coffee. When Miguel casually asked if there were any stories about Rio Espejo, her expression changed immediately. "Why do you ask?" she said, her voice guarded. We told her about the voice we'd been hearing, about my mysterious pain, about the ambulance no one called. She crossed herself and sat down heavily across from us. La Llorona, she whispered. Even I, who grew up in Bogota and not the countryside, knew the legend of La Llorona, the weeping woman who drowned her children and now wanders waterways crying out for them. But Senora Vasquez told us the local version of the legend, specific to Rio Espejo and the area called La Tibeta. Here, she is drawn to pregnant women and children in pain, Senora Vasquez told us, like blood in the water to a shark, and in these modern times, she has adapted. Adapted? Miguel asked. Senora Vasquez nodded gravely. She no longer just cries by rivers or appears in white veils. She has learned to use our ways, our technology. The ambulance, I whispered, feeling sick. Senora Vasquez reached across the table and gripped my hand. Her fingers were gnarled with arthritis, but surprisingly strong. You must leave that house, she said. Tonight. Do not spend another night by that river. We went home and told my family everything. They were supposed to leave the next day anyway, but they insisted we come with them. We packed our essential belongings that afternoon, and by sunset, we had all left the house by Rio Espejo. We moved in with my mother temporarily while sorting out what to do with the house. We eventually sold it at a significant loss, but I didn't care. I would have given it away for free. What haunts me most is what happened the night before we left. As we were packing, I went upstairs to get something from our bedroom and found a small puddle of water on the floor by the window. It wasn't from rain or a leak. The window was closed tight and the ceiling was dry. The water had an odd smell to it, like river water, but stronger, more stagnant. And on the window, drawn in the condensation from the inside, was a small handprint. Too small to belong to any of us, like a child's hand had pressed against the glass. I never told Miguel about this. I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud, but sometimes in the middle of the night when I wake up from another nightmare, I swear I can smell that river water in our new apartment, miles away from Rio Espejo and the house where something wanted our unborn child. Story 2. I still don't know what I saw that night. It's been about 5 years, and I've told maybe 3 people total. They all think I was hallucinating from sleep deprivation or something, but I know what I saw. I've never experienced anything like it before or since, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. This happened in summer 2018 at Montauk, out on the eastern tip of Long Island. I was there with my girlfriend Amber and 2 other couples we were friends with. We'd rented this little beach house for a week. Nothing fancy, but it had an amazing deck overlooking the ocean from the top of these bluffs. The trip started out great. Beach days, grilling, drinking too much. But on our 3rd night there, Amber and I got into this stupid argument. I don't even remember what started it. Something about me not helping enough with dinner or being on my phone too much. Whatever it was, it escalated into this whole thing about our relationship problems. Everyone else was hanging out in the living room playing cards, probably hearing everything through the thin walls, which made it even worse. By early evening, I was just done with the whole situation. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and I told everyone I was getting a headache and needed to lie down. In reality, I just couldn't deal with the awkward tension, so I went to the small bedroom Amber and I were sharing, closed the door, and actually did end up falling asleep. When I woke up, the house was completely silent. My phone said it was 3:32 in the morning. I had slept for like 11 hours straight and now was wide awake. I tried going back to sleep for about 20 minutes, but it wasn't happening. Amber was sleeping next to me and I could hear everyone else snoring through the walls. I don't know what made me decide to go to the beach. I guess I just needed some air and space to think. I grabbed my phone, put on a hoodie since summer nights can get chilly out there, and quietly slipped out of the house. The moon was barely visible through some thin clouds, just enough to see where I was going. Our rental was maybe 200 yards from this wooden staircase that zigzagged down the bluff to the beach. During the day, these stairs were nothing, just a basic beach access point. But at night, with just my phone flashlight, they were something else entirely. The wood creaked under my feet with every step, and halfway down I seriously considered turning back. The stairs seemed to go on forever in the dark, and I couldn't even see the bottom clearly. The sound of waves crashing got louder as I descended, and the wind picked up, making this weird whistling noise through the wooden railings. When I finally reached the bottom, the beach was pitch black except for the faint moonlight reflecting off the water. It was low tide, so there was a wide stretch of sand. I'd brought one of those little portable beach chairs down with me, and I set it up facing the ocean, maybe 30 feet from where the waves were breaking. I sat there for about 20 minutes, just listening to the waves and scrolling through my phone. It was peaceful, and I was starting to feel better about everything. Then I heard something moving behind me, up where the beach meets the base of the bluff. It was a rustling sound, like something walking through the dry beach grass and shrubs. I turned around and pointed my phone flashlight toward the sound. That's when I saw them. 2 pairs of eyes reflecting back at me, maybe 20 yards away, up near the bushes at the bottom of the cliff. The eyes were at about waist height, like from a medium-sized animal. My first thought was raccoons or foxes, something totally normal, but the way they moved was odd. They didn't dart away when my light hit them. They just slowly moved to the side, like they were trying to circle around me rather than run away. After a minute or so, they seemed to retreat back up the bluff, but I couldn't shake this feeling that they hadn't actually left. I tried to relax again, but kept turning around every couple minutes to check behind me. Eventually, I got tired of being paranoid and must have dozed off in the chair. I woke up to the sound of something running nearby, that distinctive sound of feet or hooves hitting packed sand. My phone said it was 4:45. The sky was starting to lighten just slightly, but it was still mostly dark. The sound reminded me of a deer running, which isn't uncommon out there. Since I was already up and the sun would rise soon, I decided to walk along the shoreline. I folded up my chair and left it near the stairs, then started walking toward Ditch Plains Beach. The beach stretches for miles there, with Shadmore State Park Beach in one direction and Ditch Plains in the other. I'd been walking for maybe 10 minutes when I noticed something odd in the water. At first glance, I thought it was a bird, like a black swan or something. But as I got closer, I realized it was much bigger than that. It was a figure standing in the water, far out past where the waves were breaking, like really far out, in water that had to be at least 10 to 15 feet deep. No one should have been able to stand there. The figure was completely black. Not like a black wetsuit or clothing, more like it was absorbing all the light around it. It was tall, too. I'm 6'1", and this thing looked almost twice my height, and it was completely motionless, just standing there with the waves washing around it. I stopped walking and stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I thought maybe it was a buoy or some kind of marker, but the shape was too human-like. It had a head, shoulders, and a torso. But something was off about the proportions. The arms seemed too long, hanging down almost to where knees would be. I took out my phone to take a picture, but the figure was too far away and too dark to show up clearly. The photo just looked like a black smudge against the dark water. While I was messing with my phone, trying to get a better shot, this overwhelming feeling of dread came over me. Not like regular fear. This was something deeper and more primal. It's hard to explain, but it felt like my entire body was screaming at me to leave. My skin was prickling, my mouth went completely dry, and my heart was racing so fast I could hear it in my ears. I've never felt anything like it before. What made it worse was that the figure hadn't moved at all, not even a slight shift with the waves. Everything else in the world moves. People, animals, even trees sway in the wind. But this thing was absolutely still, like it was anchored to the ocean floor. I started backing away, still facing the water. I don't know why, but I felt like I shouldn't turn my back on it. After I'd gone maybe 20 steps, I noticed something even more disturbing. The figure seemed to be getting shorter, like it was slowly sinking into the water. But it wasn't moving its arms or struggling like someone drowning. It was just gradually descending, still perfectly upright. I turned and started walking quickly back toward where I'd left my chair, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. Each time I looked, the figure was lower in the water. By the time I reached this big rock about 100 yards from where I'd first spotted it, the figure had completely disappeared. I practically ran back to the stairs, grabbed my chair, and climbed back up to the house as fast as I could. I went straight to our room, got in bed, and lay there wide awake until everyone else started getting up around 7. Later that day, I looked up the area on Google and realized we were just a few miles from Camp Hero, that old military base that's surrounded by all those conspiracy theories about government experiments. You know, the whole Montauk Project stuff about mind control experiments and time travel and other weird phenomena. I'd heard about it before but never really paid attention to it. I tried showing the photo I took to Amber the next day, but like I said, you couldn't really see anything definite in it. Just a dark shape that could have been anything. She thought I was making it up to get attention after our fight. I've gone back and forth on what I saw that night. Sometimes I think it must have been some kind of optical illusion, or maybe even a hallucination from being overtired. But then I remember that feeling of absolute dread that came over me. You don't imagine something that physical. The image of that figure is burned into my memory. Completely black, impossibly tall, standing motionless in water too deep for any person to stand in. Sometimes I still dream about it, except in my dreams, it turns and starts moving toward the shore, toward me. I've never gone back to Montauk, and I don't think I ever will. Amber and I broke up a few months after that trip for unrelated reasons. I've never told the full story to anyone else until now. Most people would think I was crazy or making it up. Maybe I am crazy, but I know what I saw, and 5 years later, I still can't explain it. Story 3. I never believed in ghosts. Growing up Catholic, sure, I'd heard all the stories about spirits and demons, but I always chalked it up to imagination or people trying to explain things they didn't understand. That changed 4 months ago. My girlfriend Sarah, her 8-year-old son Ethan, and I moved into a 3-bedroom apartment in Staten Island back in January. It's nothing special, just a normal place in a busy neighborhood. Lots of families, people walking dogs, the usual stuff. The building itself is maybe 30 years old. Nothing about it screams haunted or whatever. The first few months were completely normal. We were settling in, getting into routines, and I was enjoying living with Sarah and Ethan after being on my own for so long. Then it happened. I was sitting on the couch one evening around 9, watching some documentary on Netflix. Sarah had taken Ethan to his friend's birthday party, so I had the place to myself. I remember it was raining outside, not storming, just a steady rain hitting the windows. I was completely zoned out on the show when I heard it. Clear as day, a woman's voice right behind my head couldn't have been more than a few inches from my ear. Robert. That's my full name, not Martin. That's what everyone calls me, my middle name. But Robert is my legal first name. I literally jumped off the couch and spun around. Nothing. Nobody there. The voice was so distinct. Young woman, maybe mid-20s or early 30s. Not threatening, just matter of fact, like someone trying to get my attention. I searched the entire apartment, checked behind the couch, even looked out in the hallway. Nothing. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the TV, though I couldn't remember any character named Robert in the documentary. Maybe it was coming from a neighbor's apartment, though the walls aren't that thin. I eventually convinced myself I'd dozed off and dreamed it. Then, about a week and a half later, it happened again. I was alone, this time in the kitchen making dinner. Same voice, same clarity, same Robert right behind me. I dropped the spatula I was holding and whipped around. Again, nothing. After that second time, I started paying closer attention to my surroundings. I didn't tell Sarah because I didn't want her to think I was losing it. I mean, how do you casually mention, "Oh, by the way, I keep hearing a woman saying my name when no one's there"? The third incident was different. I was in the living room again, this time reading something on my phone. I heard what sounded like an old man clearing his throat, that distinct ahem sound. Then, in a gravelly voice, Robert. Same name, completely different voice. That's when I knew something truly weird was happening. I started researching the building's history online, but found nothing significant. No murders, no tragic deaths, nothing that would explain what I was experiencing. I even asked some neighbors if they'd ever experienced anything strange, but they just gave me weird looks. The voices were just the beginning. About a week after the old man's voice, I started hearing other sounds, growling. And I don't mean like a dog. This was deeper, more guttural, something I've never heard any animal make. It would come from empty corners of rooms, usually when I was alone. Then there was the hissing, like a snake, but bigger somehow, and breathing, heavy, unnaturally deep breathing that would sometimes follow me from room to room. The worst was this snarling sound that would start low and build. I can't even compare it to anything I've ever heard. It wasn't a dog or a cat or any animal I know of. I started sleeping poorly. Even with Sarah right next to me, I'd lie awake listening for sounds. Sometimes I'd hear scratching inside the walls. Other times nothing at all, which was almost worse because I was just waiting. One night I was half asleep when I felt it, a hand on my shoulder. Not Sarah's hand. She was facing away from me, sound asleep. It was a firm grip, like someone trying to wake me up. I froze completely, too terrified to move or even breathe. After what felt like forever, the pressure lifted. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The second time I was touched was in the bathroom. I was brushing my teeth, leaning over the sink, when I felt distinct fingers run through my hair, like someone was tousling it. I nearly choked on my toothpaste. The bathroom door was closed, and I was definitely alone. By this point, about 3 months after moving in, I knew I needed to tell Sarah. I was worried she'd think I was crazy, but I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. To my surprise, she didn't dismiss me. Instead, she looked relieved and said, "So, it's not just me." She'd been experiencing things too. Cold spots throughout the apartment that would appear and disappear, shadows moving across walls when there was nothing to cast them. We compared notes and realized we'd both been keeping quiet to avoid freaking each other out. The cold spots Sarah mentioned, I'd felt those too. But they weren't just cold. Walking through them felt electric, like walking through a field of static electricity. My skin would instantly break out in goosebumps, and the hair on my arms would stand up. These spots never stayed in the same place. They'd move around the apartment, sometimes lingering in doorways as if blocking the path. We started noticing objects would appear to fall. We'd hear a crash or a thump, but when we'd check, nothing would be out of place. Knocking sounds on walls became common, usually in sets of 3. Sometimes they'd respond if I knocked back, which was both fascinating and terrifying. The most unsettling development was when the voices started mimicking us. Sarah would hear what sounded exactly like my voice calling her from another room, but I hadn't said anything. I'd experienced the same thing, her voice calling me, asking me to come to the bedroom or kitchen, but when I'd get there, she'd have no idea what I was talking about. One evening, Sarah took Ethan to his grandma's for the night. I was nervous about being alone, but also determined to figure out what was happening. I set up my phone to record audio in the living room while I took a shower. That's when I heard it, while I was in the shower with the water running. The most beautiful, angelic voice I've ever heard, humming softly. It wasn't threatening or scary. It was almost comforting. The melody wasn't anything I recognized, but it felt ancient somehow. When I got out and checked my phone, the humming was clearly captured on the recording, even though there was nobody else in the apartment. That recording was the first piece of evidence I collected. After that, I went a bit overboard with documentation. I set up audio recorders in different rooms. I even bought a cheap security camera for the living room. I needed proof, not just for others, but for myself. I needed to know I wasn't losing my mind. The recordings picked up things I hadn't even noticed in real time. Whispers in empty rooms. The sound of furniture moving when nothing was being touched. In one video, a shadow clearly moves across the wall with no source. No person, no passing car lights, nothing that could explain it. Having this evidence changed something in me. The fear was still there, but curiosity started taking over. Who or what was in our apartment? Why were they here? What did they want from us? Sarah was less enthusiastic about my newfound interest. She was still scared, especially concerned about how it might affect Ethan. Thankfully, he seemed oblivious to most of it, though he had mentioned having friends in his room that no one else could see. We initially wrote it off as typical kid imagination, but now we weren't so sure. Things escalated about a week ago. I was home alone again, reviewing some of the audio I'd collected, when the temperature in the living room plummeted. I could see my breath in the air. The cold spot was bigger than ever before, encompassing almost the entire room. Then came the smell, like old, damp earth and something metallic. The lights flickered and my laptop screen went black despite being fully charged. I felt something move behind me, a presence so tangible I could almost feel it breathing down my neck. "Robert," the woman's voice said again, but this time it wasn't coming from behind me. It seemed to be coming from inside my own head. I sat completely still, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. "What do you want?" I finally managed to ask out loud. The response wasn't what I expected. A chorus of whispers erupted from every corner of the room, too jumbled to make out individual words. The cacophony built until it was almost deafening, then suddenly stopped. In the silence that followed, a single whisper, clear as crystal. "You don't belong here." The room temperature returned to normal almost instantly. My laptop turned back on like nothing had happened. I sat there shaking for what felt like hours. I've been trying to make sense of it ever since. I'm not religious anymore, but I've been reading about cleansing rituals, sage burning, salt lines, anything that might help. Sarah's on board now too. She's scared enough that she's willing to try anything. We haven't told the landlord. What would we even say? "Hey, there are ghosts in Unit 12. I've thought about reaching out to paranormal investigators, but part of me is afraid of what they might find. Or worse, that they'll find nothing and confirm I'm actually losing my mind. The thing is, despite how terrifying all this has been, I'm still more curious than afraid. I want to know who these entities are. Why are they here? Why me specifically? Why do they know my full name? I've started asking questions out loud when I'm alone, recording everything, hoping for responses. Yesterday I got one. I was in the kitchen asking if anyone was there, and my audio recorder picked up a clear response. "Always." Just that one word, but it was enough to send chills down my spine. I'm writing this all down now because I need perspective. Am I crazy for not just packing up and leaving? Sarah's mentioned moving, but decent affordable apartments in this area are hard to find, and Ethan just settled into his new school. Plus, there's no guarantee whatever this is wouldn't follow us, so here we are, living with something. Multiple somethings, maybe. I keep the recordings as proof that I'm not imagining things. When I start to doubt myself, I listen to them again. The voices, the humming, the whispers, they're all real. I know what I heard. What scares me most isn't the entities themselves anymore. It's how normal this is starting to feel, how each new occurrence seems less shocking than the last. I find myself sitting alone sometimes, waiting, almost hoping to hear that voice again. Robert. Story 4. I've always loved having the house to myself. As a high school senior, those rare moments of complete freedom were like gold. So when my parents announced they were heading out of town for the weekend to visit my grandmother, I was secretly thrilled. My younger brother Josh was staying at his friend Tyler's house for a gaming marathon, so for the first time ever, I had the whole place to myself. Friday night, the perfect night to indulge in some horror movies without my brother making fun of me for jumping at every little scare. I remember it was raining pretty hard. That steady, relentless kind that makes everything outside your windows look like it's underwater. I had just settled on the couch with a bowl of popcorn and scrolled through Netflix, finally deciding on some new psychological horror flick that everyone at school had been talking about. About 20 minutes into the movie, I started feeling off. You know that feeling when you're convinced someone is watching you? It was like that, but worse. I paused the movie and listened. The house was making its usual creaks and groans, amplified by the rain. But there was something else, something I couldn't quite place. I tried shaking it off. "You're just freaking yourself out because of the movie, Kate," I said out loud, hoping my voice would ground me in reality. It didn't help. The feeling only intensified, like invisible fingers were tracing the back of my neck. I turned the volume up, determined to drown out my paranoia with the movie's soundtrack. That's when it happened. The TV screen went black. The lights flickered once, twice, and then everything went dark. The power was out. "Perfect timing," I muttered, reaching for my phone. The screen illuminated my face with its harsh blue light as I activated the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, creating weird, elongated shadows across the living room. I decided to head to the kitchen for some candles my mom kept in one of the drawers. As I stepped into the kitchen, the rain seemed to pound even harder against the sliding glass door that led to our backyard. The flashlight beam reflected off the glass, making it hard to see through. That's when I saw it, or him, or whatever it was. A silhouette, just standing there on our patio, watching me through the glass. My heart leaped into my throat. I froze, unable to move or even scream. The figure didn't move either. It just stood there, a perfect dark cutout against the slightly less dark night. I blinked hard, trying to convince myself it was just my reflection or a trick of the light. When I looked again, there was nothing there, just rain streaming down the glass. "You're losing it, Kate," I whispered to myself, my voice shaking. "It's just the movie getting to you." I grabbed a couple of candles but realized I needed matches, which we kept in the utility drawer in the basement. I really didn't want to go down there, but I needed light. My phone battery was already at 30%, and I didn't want to waste it all on the flashlight. The door to the basement always creaked, a high-pitched horror movie-worthy sound that usually made me and Josh laugh. That night, it made my skin crawl. The beam of my flashlight barely penetrated the thick darkness at the bottom of the stairs. Each step down felt like I was descending into some kind of void. The basement was unfinished, just concrete floors, exposed pipes running along the ceiling, and stacks of storage boxes my parents never seemed to unpack. The fuse box was on the far wall, past all the clutter. I figured I'd check that first, then get the matches. I was halfway across the basement when my phone made that distinctive dying sound. The screen flashed a battery warning, and before I could react, the flashlight went out. I was plunged into absolute darkness. That's when I felt it, a hand. Cold fingers wrapping around my wrist. I tried to scream, but terror had closed my throat. I couldn't even breathe. "Don't be afraid," whispered a voice right next to my ear. The breath was cold against my skin. "I've been waiting for you." Something in me snapped. Pure survival instinct took over, and I yanked my arm free with strength I didn't know I had. I ran blindly toward where I thought the stairs were, tripping over boxes and knocking things over. My hands found the railing, and I scrambled up the steps, nearly crawling on all fours in my desperation to escape. I slammed the basement door behind me and leaned against it, gasping for breath. My mind was racing. Was someone in our house? Had they been there the whole time? I needed to get out, to call the police, to do something. I fumbled with my now dead phone, cursing myself for not keeping it charged. My car keys were in my purse, which I'd left on the kitchen counter. I'd have to go back in there. Moving as quietly as possible, I crept toward the kitchen. The rain was still hammering against the windows, creating a constant background noise that made it impossible to hear if anyone was moving around. I reached the counter and felt around for my purse. That's when the front door opened. I nearly screamed, but then a familiar voice called out, "Kate, you home?" "Josh," I whispered, relief flooding through me. "Josh, is that you?" My brother appeared in the kitchen doorway, soaking wet from the rain. He flicked on his phone's flashlight, illuminating his face from below in a way that would have been creepy under normal circumstances. "Why are you whispering? he asked, then looked around at the dark house. Power's out, huh? Josh, there's someone in the house, I said, grabbing his arm. In the basement. They grabbed me. We need to get out of here right now. To his credit, Josh didn't question me or make fun of me. His eyes widened and he nodded. I came home because Tyler's mom got a call that someone was trying to break into houses in the neighborhood. I was worried about you being alone. We didn't waste any time. We ran to the front door, not even bothering to grab jackets despite the pouring rain. As we reached the door, I glanced back over my shoulder, and there it was again, a figure standing at the top of the basement stairs, just watching us. In the dim light from Josh's phone, I could almost make out features, but they seemed wrong somehow, not quite human. We bolted out the door and across our front lawn, the rain soaking us instantly. I looked back at our house as we ran, and there was a face in the window, pale, expressionless, watching us flee. We pounded on our neighbor's door, the Hendersons, an older couple who had lived next to us for years. Mr. Henderson answered, looking confused and concerned at the sight of two terrified teenagers dripping on his porch. There's someone in our house, Josh explained while I tried to catch my breath. Can we use your phone to call the police? The police arrived within minutes. 4 officers went through our entire house with flashlights and guns drawn. They found nothing, no signs of forced entry, no one hiding in any of the rooms or closets. Even the basement was empty. Are you sure you saw someone? One officer asked me, his expression making it clear he thought I'd imagined the whole thing. I didn't just see someone, I insisted. They grabbed me. They spoke to me. The officer exchanged a look with his partner that said everything. They thought I was just a scared teenager who'd freaked herself out watching horror movies alone. The power came back on around 3 in the morning. The Hendersons insisted we stay with them until our parents could come home, but I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying everything in my mind, second-guessing myself. Had I imagined it all? Was it possible for fear to be so powerful it could make you feel a hand that wasn't there? When morning came, I convinced Josh to go back to the house with me. I needed to prove to myself I wasn't crazy. What are we looking for exactly? Josh asked as we stood in the middle of our living room. Everything looked so normal in the daylight. I don't know, I admitted, but I know what I felt, what I heard. We went down to the basement together. In the harsh light of day, it looked like the same cluttered, dusty space it had always been. No lurking figures, no mysterious intruders. I was about to give up when I noticed something in the far corner, partially hidden behind some old moving boxes. A small door, it couldn't have been more than 3 feet high, set into the wall. Josh, I said slowly, has that always been there? He followed my gaze and frowned. I don't know. I don't think I've ever noticed it before. We moved the boxes aside. The door was made of the same concrete as the wall, painted over so many times it blended in almost perfectly. There was a small metal handle, tarnished with age. My heart was pounding as I reached for it. Every instinct told me to leave it alone, to go upstairs and pretend I'd never seen it. But I had to know. The door opened with a scraping sound. Behind it was a narrow passage, barely wide enough for a person to crawl through. It was pitch black inside, and a damp, earthy smell wafted out. What the hell? Josh whispered. Where does that go? I shone my phone's flashlight into the passage. It seemed to slope downward, disappearing under the foundation of our house. I think it goes underground, I said, my voice barely audible. Outside the house. We both realized it at the same time. Someone could have been using this passage to enter our house. For how long? Days? Weeks? Had they been watching us, waiting for the perfect opportunity when I'd be alone? We called the police back. They brought in more officers, including someone from a forensic unit. They examined the passage and found it led to a small opening near the edge of the woods behind our property. The opening was concealed by bushes and would be nearly impossible to spot unless you knew exactly where to look. They found evidence that someone had been using it recently. Fresh dirt displaced, some candy wrappers, even a small sleeping bag stashed in an alcove just beyond the door in our basement. Someone had been living there, watching us, waiting. We moved out the next week. My parents put the house up for sale immediately. We never found out who had been in our house that night or how long they had been using that passage. The police investigation turned up nothing. No fingerprints, no DNA, no suspects. I still wake up sometimes feeling those cold fingers around my wrist, hearing that whisper in my ear. I've been waiting for you. The worst part is, I don't think they were ever caught. They're still out there somewhere. Maybe they found another house, another hidden passage, another family to watch. And sometimes, when it's raining hard and I'm alone, I can't shake the feeling that they've found me again. Story 5. I've debated whether to share this for years. Part of me thinks writing it down might help me process what happened, but another part worries it'll only make things worse. But I can't keep it inside anymore. I need someone else to know. This happened about 3 years ago when I was going through a rough patch. I'd just gone through a messy breakup, work was stressful, and I desperately needed to clear my head. Hiking had always been my escape, so I decided to take a week off and find somewhere completely isolated. No cell service, no people, just me and nature. I'd read about this remote area in West Virginia called Cold Hollow on some obscure hiking forum. It wasn't on typical trail maps, which was exactly what I wanted, somewhere untouched by tourists and Instagram hikers. The post mentioned old logging camps from the early 1900s and pristine wilderness that few people visited anymore. Perfect. The drive took about 6 hours from my place in Ohio. As I got closer to the area, the towns grew smaller, the roads narrower. GPS signal dropped in and out. Eventually, I pulled into this tiny gas station in what barely qualified as a town, just a handful of buildings clustered around a single intersection. The place looked like time had forgotten it sometime in the 1980s. I went inside to grab some last supplies and ask about local trails. The attendant was this older guy, probably in his 60s, with deep wrinkles around his eyes and hands stained from years of manual labor. When I mentioned Cold Hollow, his expression changed immediately. "You heading up there alone?" he asked, his voice getting quieter. I nodded, explaining I was looking for solitude. "Might want to reconsider," he said, not making eye contact as he rang up my beef jerky and extra batteries. "Not much up there except old ruins and bad memories." I asked what he meant, and he hesitated before telling me the area had a history. Apparently, back in the logging days, people would sometimes go missing, workers, families. He mentioned something about weird stuff happening in those woods that the locals didn't talk about. Said the Native Americans before them avoided that hollow entirely. I almost laughed. It sounded like every small-town superstition designed to scare outsiders. I thanked him but made it clear I was still going. As I was leaving, he called after me, "If you hear whispering, don't listen, and don't stay after dark." I brushed it off as local folklore. People in isolated communities often have these stories. It's just part of rural culture. Besides, I'd hiked plenty of haunted trails before without incident. About 20 minutes later, I found the unmarked dirt road that led to the trailhead. It wasn't maintained at all. My Subaru barely handled the ruts and washouts. I finally reached a small clearing that must have once been a logging staging area. There were no other cars, no signs, nothing but forest surrounding a gravel patch reclaimed by weeds. I double-checked my coordinates and gathered my gear. The moment I stepped onto the trail, something felt different. I've hiked all over the country, and usually entering a forest feels welcoming. Birds singing, leaves rustling, the general busy hum of nature. But here it was unnaturally quiet. Not peaceful quiet, but wrong quiet, like the forest was holding its breath. I pushed those thoughts aside and focused on finding a good camping spot. The trail was barely visible, overgrown in many places. I had to rely on my topo map and compass more than once. As I went deeper, the trees grew denser, older. The canopy above became so thick that even in mid-afternoon, the light took on this greenish underwater quality. After about 4 hours of hiking, I found a decent spot near a small creek. It was getting late, so I set up camp, filtered some water, and made dinner. The entire time, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone, but there was never anything there, just ancient trees with trunks wider than my car. That first night, I couldn't sleep. The silence was oppressive. In normal wilderness, there's always some ambient noise, wind in the leaves, insects, distant animal calls. Here, nothing. Around midnight, I heard it for the first time, whispering. It was so faint I thought I was imagining it, like someone talking just at the edge of hearing. I couldn't make out words, just the rise and fall of voices carried on completely still air. I zipped my sleeping bag up tighter and told myself it was just the creek or my mind playing tricks. Then I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate steps circling my tent, not animal steps. These were bipedal, human. I froze, barely breathing, as they made a complete circle around my tent, then another. I reached for my knife and flashlight, heart pounding so loud I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. "Hello?" I finally called out, my voice sounding small and pathetic in the darkness. The footsteps stopped immediately. Then silence, complete silence for what felt like forever. I must have eventually fallen asleep from exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was filtering through my tent. I almost packed up and left that morning, but in the daylight, those fears seemed silly. I told myself I'd just been spooked by the gas station guy's stories and my own imagination. I decided to explore a bit before deciding whether to stay or go. About a mile from my campsite, I found the first cabin ruins. Just stone foundations and rotting timber, but you could still make out where rooms had been. The strange thing was the complete absence of artifacts. Usually abandoned places have something left behind, old cans, bottles, tools. These ruins were completely clean, as if the occupants had simply vanished, taking everything with them. I found 6 more cabin foundations as I explored, forming what must have been a small logging community. In the center was a larger building, maybe a meeting house or store. As I wandered through these silent remains, I noticed a humming sound coming from deeper in the forest, past the old settlement. The sound drew me forward, almost compulsively. I knew I should turn back, but I couldn't help myself. I followed it through increasingly dense underbrush until I emerged into a perfect circular clearing. In the center stood the largest tree I've ever seen, an ancient oak with a trunk that would take 10 people linking arms to encircle. Its massive branches created a canopy over the entire clearing, and its roots spread out like massive serpents across the ground. But it was what was beneath the tree that made me stop breathing. Half buried in the ground, partially consumed by the roots, were shapes, human-like shapes. At first, I thought they were strange root formations or rocks. But as I forced myself to look closer, I could make out limbs, torsos, and faces, dozens of them. They were like bodies being slowly pulled into the earth, twisted in positions of agony, their faces frozen in silent screams. I stood paralyzed, unable to process what I was seeing. These couldn't be real people. Maybe they were carvings or some bizarre art installation. I took a hesitant step closer, and that's when I saw it. Movement. The fingers of one of the figures, just barely visible above the soil, twitched. Then they clawed weakly at the dirt. I ran. I didn't think, didn't grab photos, didn't do anything a rational person would do. Pure animal instinct took over, and I ran like hell back toward my camp. I tripped multiple times, crashing through underbrush, gasping for breath. The whole time, the whispering followed me, louder now, more insistent, and somehow, within that whispering, I heard my name. By the time I reached my campsite, the sun was setting. I should have kept going, should have hiked through the night to get back to my car. But I was disoriented, exhausted, and terrified of getting lost in those woods after dark. I decided to spend one more night and leave at first light. That was a mistake. As soon as darkness fell, the whispering started again, closer than before. Multiple voices now, some sounding almost like children, others deep and guttural. They were saying my name, over and over, mixed with other words I couldn't quite catch. Something about joining and staying. and becoming part. I huddled in my tent, knife in one hand, flashlight in the other. The footsteps returned, but this time there were many sets, circling in different directions. Sometimes they'd stop right outside the thin fabric of my tent. I could see shadows moving against the moonlight, tall, thin shadows that didn't move quite right. Around 3 in the morning, everything went silent again. Then something pressed against the side of my tent. Not a hand or a body, but something that made the fabric bulge inward in a perfect circle about the size of a dinner plate. A voice spoke directly through this depression, so close it could have been whispering in my ear. "You shouldn't be here," it said, in a voice like ice cracking. "But now that you've seen, you can never truly leave," I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed like a child and slashed at the tent wall with my knife. The fabric tore easily, but there was nothing on the other side, nothing I could see anyway. But the whispering erupted all around me, dozens of voices laughing and calling my name. I grabbed my headlamp, wallet, car keys, and water bottle, nothing else, and ran. I abandoned everything else and just ran through the pitch-black forest, my headlamp beam bouncing wildly ahead of me. I fell countless times, cut my hands and face, tore my clothes on branches. The voices followed, always just behind me. Somehow, I found the trail. Somehow, I kept moving through the night. As dawn broke, I emerged at the gravel clearing where my car was parked. I've never been so happy to see a vehicle in my life. I fumbled with the keys, started the engine, and tore out of there, bouncing violently down that dirt road until I hit pavement. I never went back for my gear. I never reported what I saw. Who would believe me? What would I even say? I saw people being consumed by a tree. I heard voices calling my name in the darkness. But here's the thing, I don't think I really escaped. In quiet moments, especially at night, I can still hear the whispering, just at the edge of perception. Sometimes I wake up to find dirt in my bed that I can't explain. My houseplants grow at an alarming rate, their roots sometimes forming patterns that look disturbingly like fingers. And lately I've been having this recurring dream where I'm back in that clearing, looking up at that massive tree. Only now I'm halfway into the ground, the roots slowly pulling me deeper, and I can feel myself becoming part of whatever lives in Cold Hollow. I'm sharing this now because last night, for the first time, I heard the whispering speak clearly. It said, "We're coming for you soon." And then, more disturbingly, "And after you, them." I think it means whoever reads this, I'm sorry, I really am. But I had to tell someone. I had to make someone else understand before I'm gone. Story 6. I still can't explain what happened in that house. Even now, 20 years later, I get goosebumps thinking about it. My family moved there when I was 8. A modest one-story house with a basement and garage. Nothing special from the outside, but inside, well, that's a different story. We were a full house. Me, my parents, my sister, and my grandparents. You'd think with that many people around, I'd always feel safe, but that wasn't the case. Not at all. The weird thing was the basement. In most kids' minds, basements are scary places, dark, damp, full of shadows. But in our house, the basement was my sanctuary. The only place I actually felt comfortable. Everything else just felt wrong. The first few months were fine. We settled in, unpacked, made the place our own. But then things started happening, subtle at first, so subtle my parents brushed it off. But I noticed. Kids always notice. It started with the footsteps. Every night, like clockwork, they'd begin around 11 p.m., creaking floorboards, slow and deliberate steps moving across the ceiling above the basement where I slept. My parents said it was just the house settling, but houses don't settle in rhythmic patterns. Houses don't pace. I remember lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, following the sound as it moved from one end of the house to the other. Back and forth, sometimes stopping abruptly, as if whatever was up there suddenly realized it was being listened to. When I told my mom, she'd smile, that patronizing smile parents give when they think you're just being a kid with an overactive imagination. "It's an old house, sweetie. Old houses make noise." But it wasn't just noise. It was movement, purposeful movement. After about 6 months, my grandfather started complaining about back pain from the basement's pull-out couch. So we all moved upstairs. Me, my sister, and my grandparents took the back rooms while my parents stayed in the master bedroom at the front of the house. That's when things got worse, much worse. The first major incident happened about a week after we moved upstairs. I woke up in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom. The hallway was dark except for the nightlight plugged in near the bathroom door. As I passed my parents' room, I glanced inside. Their door was always slightly ajar. What I saw froze me in place. My dad was asleep on his side of the bed, but there was someone else sleeping next to my mom, a woman wrapped in what looked like bandages, not like a mummy from the movies, but more like someone who'd been in a terrible accident. The bandages covered most of her face and body with only patches of pale skin visible between the wrappings. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribs. Who was this woman? Why was she in bed with my parents? And why hadn't anyone told me we had a visitor? "Mom," I whispered. My mother stirred, looked at me sleepily. "What is it, honey? It's the middle of the night." "Who's that?" I asked, pointing at the bandaged figure. My mom frowned, glancing to her other side where the woman lay. "Who's who? Go back to bed. It's late." "The lady with the bandages," I insisted. My mom's expression changed then, not to fear or confusion, but to something worse, complete dismissal, like I hadn't said anything at all. She simply told me to go to the bathroom and go back to bed. The next morning, I asked her again about the woman. She looked at me like I was speaking another language and changed the subject. She didn't deny seeing the woman or tell me I was dreaming. She just refused to acknowledge my question at all. It was as if the words couldn't reach her. That's when I realized something was very wrong in our house. About 2 weeks later, I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth before school. The bathroom had a small closet where we kept towels and toiletries. As I was rinsing my mouth, I noticed a faint glow coming from inside the closet, visible through the slats in the door. Curious, I opened it. Inside, floating about midway up the closet, was a white orb about the size of a tennis ball. It wasn't just sitting there, it was bouncing erratically, like a pinball in slow motion. Up, down, side to side, never touching the walls but never staying still either, and it glowed with this pulsing white light. I backed away, dropped my toothbrush, and ran to get my mom. "There's something in the bathroom closet," I told her, tugging at her sleeve. She followed me back, clearly annoyed at being interrupted while making breakfast. When we got to the bathroom, the orb was still there, bouncing in its strange pattern. "See?" I pointed. "What is that?" My mom looked directly at the closet, directly at the glowing orb, and said, "Oh, it's probably just a firefly that got in somehow. I'll open a window and it'll find its way out." A firefly, in the middle of winter, in a closed closet, moving in ways no insect could move, and glowing white, not the yellow-green of a firefly, but she opened the window, patted my head, and went back to making breakfast. The orb disappeared later that day, but I never saw it leave. It was just gone when I checked again after school. The incidents kept happening, becoming more frequent and more obvious as I got older. When I was 11, I was doing homework in my room when music started playing. Not from a radio or TV. It seemed to come from inside the walls themselves. A woman singing, the melody clear as day, but the words just beyond understanding, like listening to a song in a language that's almost English, but not quite. The music played for hours. My sister was at a friend's house. My grandparents were playing cards in their room, and my parents were watching TV in the living room. I went to ask my mom if she could hear it. "Hear what?" she asked, not looking away from her show. "The music, the woman singing." "I don't hear anything, honey. Maybe it's coming from the neighbors." But our nearest neighbors were a quarter-mile away, and the music wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside our house, from inside the walls. I started spending more time at friends' houses after school. Being home made me anxious, made my skin crawl, but I couldn't avoid it entirely. I still had to sleep there, still had to exist in that space where reality seemed thinner somehow. The worst incident happened when I was 14. It was a Saturday afternoon. My parents were grocery shopping, my grandparents were at a doctor's appointment, and my sister was supposed to be at soccer practice. I was alone in the house, or thought I was. I was lying on my bed reading, positioned upside down with my head hanging off the edge. You know how kids like to read in weird positions. From that angle, I could see out my bedroom door into the hallway. That's when I saw my sister walking down the hall toward my room. She was wearing her soccer uniform, green jersey, black shorts, cleats still on, though my mom would have killed her for wearing them in the house. "Hey," I called out, "I thought you had practice until 4. She didn't answer, just kept walking steadily toward my room. Something about her movement seemed off, too smooth, too deliberate. "Sarah," I called again. No response, just that steady walk, getting closer to my door. I flipped myself upright, disoriented for a second as the blood rushed from my head. When my vision cleared, I looked toward the doorway just as the figure stepped into view. It wasn't my sister. It looked like her, same height, same soccer uniform, same blonde ponytail, but the face wasn't right. It was like someone had tried to copy my sister's features but didn't quite get them right. The eyes were too far apart, the mouth too wide, stretching almost ear to ear, and the skin had a waxy, artificial quality, like a department store mannequin. We stared at each other for what felt like forever but was probably only seconds. Then it smiled, a horrible, stretching motion that revealed too many teeth. I screamed. It didn't. It just kept smiling, that impossible smile. Then the front door slammed, and I heard my sister's voice, my real sister's voice, calling from the entryway. "I'm home! Practice got canceled." I looked back at my doorway, and whatever had been standing there was gone. Not like it had walked away, like it had simply ceased to exist. When my sister appeared in my doorway moments later, still in her soccer uniform, still with her blonde ponytail, but with her normal human face, I broke down crying. I couldn't explain what I'd seen. How could I? "I saw you, but it wasn't you." Doesn't make any sense unless you've experienced it. We moved out a month later. My grandfather had a minor heart attack, and the doctors recommended a warmer climate. That was the official reason anyway. But I sometimes wonder if the others had their own experiences they never talked about. If maybe they were just as eager to leave as I was. I've never told anyone the full story until now. What would I say? That I saw a bandaged woman my mother couldn't acknowledge, that impossible orbs of light bounced in our closets, that something wore my sister's face like a mask. I still don't know what was in that house with us. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. All I know is that sometimes, even now, I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear footsteps above me, back and forth, back and forth. And sometimes when I'm brushing my teeth, I'm afraid to open the bathroom closet. Story 7. I never believed in ghosts or the supernatural. I was the guy who'd laugh during horror movies, pointing out all the unrealistic parts. That was before I moved to Ravenwood last year. Now I haven't slept properly in weeks. It started about 2 months ago. Nothing dramatic at first. Just that feeling you get when you think someone's watching you. I'd be doing dishes or reading on the couch and suddenly feel eyes on me. I'd turn around, but no one was there. Normal enough, right? Everyone gets that sometimes. Then I started noticing the shadows. The first time, I was up late working on my laptop. It was around 1 in the morning, and I got up to grab a drink from the kitchen. As I walked down the hallway, I caught something in my peripheral vision. A dark shape standing in the corner of my living room. When I turned to look directly at it, it was still there. Not a trick of the light, not my imagination. A shadow, perfectly still, about my height or maybe slightly shorter. I froze completely. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It didn't move either. It just stood there. The shape was human-like but wrong somehow. Too thin, almost skeletal. But the worst part, the part that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it, were its arms. They just ended. No hands, like someone had forgotten to finish drawing a person. I blinked hard a few times, convinced my tired brain was playing tricks on me. When I looked again, it was gone. I searched the entire house, turned on every light, checked every closet and behind every door. Nothing. I eventually convinced myself I was just exhausted and seeing things. 3 days later, I saw it again. I was brushing my teeth before bed, and when I looked up into the mirror, it was standing behind me in the bathroom doorway, the same thin, handless figure. This time I spun around immediately, but again, nothing was there. But I had seen it in the mirror, clear as day. I started keeping a journal after that, documenting every sighting. They were becoming more frequent. Always the same figure at first. Thin, skeletal, with those disturbing stumps where hands should be. It never moved when I saw it, never made a sound, but I could feel it watching me, not just looking in my direction, but watching me, studying me, like I was some kind of specimen. I tried logical explanations. Carbon monoxide poisoning. I bought a detector. Nothing. Sleep deprivation. Maybe, but I was seeing these things while wide awake. Mental health issues. I've never experienced hallucinations before. I even went to my doctor, who found nothing physically wrong with me. Then, about 3 weeks ago, the second one appeared. I was in my bedroom, getting dressed after a shower. The bathroom door was partially open, and I noticed movement in the dark hallway beyond. When I looked up, I saw it, and immediately knew this was something different, something worse. This shadow was huge. It had to be at least 7 feet tall, looming in my hallway. Unlike the first entity, which was just a black silhouette, this one had features. Not a face, exactly, but it wore what looked like a hat, one of those wide-brimmed ones that cast even more shadow beneath it. And its body. Jesus. I don't even know how to describe it without sounding crazy. It looked like it was wearing some kind of tight bodysuit, like those gimp suits from horror movies, but made entirely of darkness. The blackness of this thing wasn't just an absence of light. It seemed to swallow the light around it. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The air felt thick, heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. The malice coming from this thing was palpable. I could literally feel its hatred washing over me in waves. It didn't move either, just stood there, watching me with no eyes that I could see. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds, I managed to reach over and hit the light switch. When the room flooded with light, it was gone. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat up with every light in the house on, a baseball bat across my lap. I've never felt terror like that before. Not the jump scare kind, but deep, primal fear that settles into your bones. After that, the sightings increased dramatically, sometimes just the small one, sometimes just the tall one, and sometimes, God help me, both of them together. They never appeared in well-lit areas, always lingering in shadows or dark corners. Sometimes I'd only catch them in my peripheral vision, but increasingly they'd be standing right there when I looked directly at them, only vanishing when I turned on lights or approached them. I started sleeping with the lights on. I rearranged furniture so there were fewer dark corners in my house. I even put mirrors up in strategic locations, thinking maybe I could catch them from different angles, get a better look at what I was dealing with. That was a mistake. One night I caught the tall one in a mirror I'd placed in my hallway, and it was closer than it had ever been before. Close enough that I could see the darkness under its hat was deeper, more absolute than the rest of it. I took all the mirrors down the next day. Last week, things escalated. I was making dinner, chopping vegetables, trying to act normal despite being constantly on edge. I felt that familiar sensation of being watched and looked up to see the smaller one standing in the doorway to my kitchen. As always, it was perfectly still, those arm stumps hanging at its sides. I've almost gotten used to this one, as terrifying as that sounds. "What do you want?" I asked it out loud, not really expecting an answer. It didn't respond, didn't move. But then I noticed something that made my blood turn to ice. The shadow of the tall one was on the wall behind it. I hadn't seen the tall one directly, just its shadow cast on my kitchen wall. Somehow, that was worse. The shadow showed that wide-brimmed hat, that featureless face, those unnaturally long limbs, but it was moving very slightly, swaying almost imperceptibly side to side. I dropped the knife I was holding and ran. I didn't even grab my phone or wallet, just my car keys from the hook by the door. I drove around for hours, eventually checking into a motel for the night. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe stress was causing hallucinations. Maybe my house had some kind of toxic mold. Maybe I needed therapy. I went back home the next morning, feeling embarrassed about my panic. The house looked normal in the daylight. I opened all the blinds, letting in as much sunlight as possible. For a few hours, everything seemed fine. Then the sun started to set. I was sitting on my couch, researching mental health symptoms on my laptop, when the lights flickered. Just once, barely noticeable. Then again, longer this time. I looked up from my screen and saw both of them, standing side by side at the far end of my living room. The small one was the same as always, still, watching, handless. But the tall one, it had changed. It was hunched now, its head almost touching my ceiling. And though it had no visible mouth, no face at all beneath that hat, I got the overwhelming impression it was smiling. The malevolence coming from it was suffocating. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could barely breathe. We stayed like that, me frozen on the couch, them standing in the shadows, for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Then the tall one took a step forward, an actual deliberate step toward me. That broke my paralysis. I leapt up, ran to the door, fumbled with the lock, and burst outside into the twilight. I ran to my car and drove straight to my friend Mike's house, where I've been staying for the past 5 days. I've tried explaining what happened, but the words sound crazy even to me. Mike thinks my house might have a gas leak or something causing hallucinations. He's been incredibly understanding, letting me crash on his couch without too many questions. Yesterday, I went back to my house with Mike during broad daylight to grab some clothes and essentials. Everything looked normal, no shadows, no watchers, no feeling of being observed. Mike checked the house for gas leaks or carbon monoxide. Nothing. I'm writing this now from Mike's living room couch. It's nearly midnight, and everyone's asleep. I haven't seen the shadows since I left my house, which supports the theory that something there was causing hallucinations. Maybe it really was just stress or lack of sleep. But here's the thing that's keeping me up tonight. As I was leaving my bedroom at my house yesterday, I glanced back and saw something on the wall, a mark about shoulder height that I'd never noticed before. When I looked closer, it was a handprint, not made of dirt or dust or anything visible. Just a slight discoloration in the paint, like something cold had pressed against it for a very long time. And next to it was another mark, larger, much larger, also hand-shaped, but distorted, with fingers too long and too thin. I didn't point them out to Mike. I just closed the door and left. I haven't told him I'm not going back. I can't. Those things, whatever they were real. They are real. And they're still there, in my house, watching from the shadows. I don't know what they want. I don't know why they chose me. But I know one thing for certain. They're waiting for me to come back. And next time, I don't think the tall one will just take a single step. Story 8. I've never shared this experience before, not fully. It's been almost 8 years, and I still get this weird feeling in my stomach when I think about it. I was 16 when it happened. Just a normal teenager forced to tag along with my parents on their house hunting adventures. My dad had gotten a job transfer, so we were moving to this small town about 3 hours from where we'd always lived. We'd already seen like 5 houses that day, and I was beyond bored. I remember I had my earbuds in for most of it, just nodding when my mom asked what I thought of each place. The realtor, this lady with too much perfume and a voice that was way too cheerful, kept going on about school districts and property taxes, stuff I couldn't care less about. After lunch, we were supposed to see 3 more houses. The first 2 were fine, I guess. One had a decent-sized bedroom that could have been mine, and the other had this cool finished basement where I was already planning to set up my gaming stuff. Nothing special, but nothing weird either. Then we pulled up to the 3rd house. It looked normal from the outside. A 2-story colonial with faded yellow paint and white trim. The yard was overgrown, but not like abandoned horror movie overgrown. Just neglected. The realtor explained that it had belonged to an elderly woman who passed away a few months ago. Her kids lived out of state and just wanted to sell it quickly. "It's priced well below market value," she kept saying as she fumbled with the lockbox. "Needs some cosmetic updates, but structurally sound." I remember the front door stuck a little as she pushed it open. The house smelled musty, like old people and dust, which made sense considering who'd lived there. But the second I stepped inside, something felt wrong. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever. My family isn't religious. We don't even talk about that kind of stuff. But standing in that entryway, I felt this immediate heaviness, like the air was thicker somehow. My parents didn't seem to notice anything. They followed the realtor into the kitchen, commenting on the outdated appliances and the good bones of the place. I trailed behind, trying to shake off the weird feeling. The living room was where it hit me the hardest. It was a completely empty room with faded floral wallpaper and scuff marks on the hardwood floor where furniture had once been. Nothing scary about it, but the moment I walked in, I felt watched. Not like someone was hiding in the closet watching me, more like dozens of invisible eyes were staring at me from every angle, from the ceiling, the walls, the corners, just observing, judging. I stood frozen in the middle of that room, and the sensation got stronger with each second. It wasn't just being watched, it was being seen, like whatever was looking at me could see through me, into me, knew everything about me. I felt exposed, vulnerable, in a way I've never experienced before or since. My chest started to tighten, like someone was sitting on it. Breathing became difficult. Not like an asthma attack, I don't have asthma, but like the air itself was resisting being breathed in. My heart was pounding, and I started to feel dizzy. The realtor's voice echoed from somewhere else in the house. "The master bedroom has an ensuite bathroom that could use updating, but the size is fantastic. I needed to get out of that room." I backed away, nearly tripping over my own feet, and headed toward the sliding glass door that led to the backyard. I just needed fresh air. I needed to breathe. The backyard was small and plain, just patchy grass and a few overgrown bushes along a chain-link fence. But there was this structure at the back of the house. Not quite a shed, more like a small room built onto the back of the house with its own separate entrance. It had a small window, but it was covered with what looked like newspaper from the inside. For some stupid reason, instead of staying in the open air where I could breathe again, I walked over to this room, maybe curiosity. Maybe I thought it would be better than going back inside the main house. I don't know. The door wasn't locked, so I pushed it open. I didn't even get to step inside. The best way I can describe what happened is that it felt like I got punched in the chest by an emotion. A wave of the most intense, overwhelming sadness and anger hit me so hard I physically stumbled backward. It wasn't my sadness or my anger. It was foreign, invasive, like someone else's emotions were being forced into my body. The sadness was this deep, crushing grief that made me want to collapse on the ground and sob until I couldn't breathe. The anger was hot and violent, directed at everything, nothing specific, just pure rage at existence itself. I slammed the door shut and backed away, my hands shaking. I was terrified, but more than that, I was confused. How could a feeling be so physical? How could an empty room make me feel someone else's emotions? Instead of going back through the living room, I went around the side of the house and in through a different door, which led to what must have been a bedroom. It was empty like the rest of the house, just more faded wallpaper and dusty corners. I thought I'd be safer there than in the living room or that strange back room, but I was wrong. The sensation of being watched returned immediately, more intense than before. It wasn't just watching now, it was scrutiny, judgment. Dozens, maybe hundreds of invisible eyes, all focused on me, all seeing through any defense I might put up. The weight on my chest returned, heavier this time. I couldn't get a full breath. My vision started to narrow, darkening at the edges. The silence in the room seemed to get louder somehow, pressing against my eardrums. I ran. I didn't care how it looked or what my parents would think. I bolted out of that room, through the hallway, and out the front door. My parents and the realtor were standing in the front yard, discussing the landscaping options. I grabbed my mom's arm so hard she let out a little yelp of surprise. "We need to leave," I said. I must have looked as terrified as I felt because her expression immediately changed from annoyed to concerned. "What's wrong? Are you feeling sick?" she asked, putting her hand on my forehead like she used to when I was little. "We need to leave right now," I repeated, unable to explain. How could I tell them what I'd felt? It sounded crazy even to me, and I was the one who experienced it. The realtor looked annoyed, but my dad, seeing how shaken I was, made some excuse about needing to get to another appointment. We got in the car and left. I sat in the back seat, staring out the window, unable to speak. My parents tried asking what happened, but I just shook my head. It wasn't until we got home that I broke down. We walked through our front door, the home we'd lived in my entire life, the one that felt safe and normal, and I just collapsed. I started crying, these huge, uncontrollable sobs that I couldn't stop no matter how hard I tried. My parents were freaking out. They'd never seen me like this. I wasn't the emotional type. But there I was, curled up on our living room floor, sobbing like someone had died. "What happened back there? Did you see something? Did someone hurt you?" My mom was frantic, already reaching for her phone like she was going to call the police. All I could say was, I don't know, I'm feeling so sad," over and over again, because I really didn't know. I couldn't explain the invisible eyes, the crushing weight, the wave of emotion from that back room. It all sounded insane. Eventually I calmed down enough to convince them that I wasn't hurt, that nothing specific had happened. I blamed it on stress from the upcoming move, lack of sleep, maybe a panic attack. They seemed skeptical, but relieved that there wasn't some more concrete threat. We never talked about it again. My parents ended up buying the house with the finished basement, and I did set up my gaming stuff down there. Life went on, but I never forgot. About 2 years later, I was scrolling through local news from our new town and saw an article about a new restaurant opening. The photo showed a yellow colonial with white trim. They'd repainted it, landscaped the yard, added a cute sign out front. It was the house, the one with the invisible eyes. I felt cold all over, reading about how the new owners had completely renovated the interior and added a charming private dining room in what was once a mysterious addition at the back of the property. That mysterious addition. The room that had hit me with a stranger's grief and rage. People were going to eat dinner there. I've never gone to that restaurant. I've never driven down that street. I don't talk about what happened because what would I say? That I felt invisible eyes watching me, that an empty room made me feel emotions that weren't mine. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I get this sudden sensation of being watched from all angles. That same heavy, judging presence from the living room. It only lasts a second, but it's enough to jolt me fully awake, heart racing. I still don't believe in ghosts. I don't have an explanation for what happened that day. Maybe it was just some weird psychological thing, a random panic attack, or my teenage brain being dramatic. But I know what I felt, and whatever was in that house, whatever was watching from every corner, whatever was trapped in that back room with all its sadness and fury, it was real to me. It still is. I wonder if the restaurant customers feel it too. Story 9. I still can't believe what happened to me last month. I've been trying to make sense of it, but every time I close my eyes, I see that thing. I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can explain what I encountered. My husband Tom works late shifts at the hospital. He's a surgeon and often doesn't get home until 2 or 3 in the morning. We live in this old Victorian house in a quiet suburb about an hour outside of Boston. It's beautiful, but the houses are pretty spread out, and there's a lot of wooded area behind our property. We fell in love with the privacy when we bought it 3 years ago, but that night I would have given anything for neighbors within screaming distance. It was a Tuesday evening in October. The weather had turned cold, and there was this eerie fog that had settled around the neighborhood. Tom had left for his shift around noon, and it was just me and our golden retriever, Max. Usually, Max is the perfect companion. He's protective but gentle, and he always makes me feel safe when Tom's gone. I remember I was in the living room watching some reality show I don't even care about, just background noise really. It was around 9 at night when I first noticed Max acting weird. He was sitting by the bay window that overlooks our backyard, completely rigid, staring out into the darkness. His ears were perked up, and he was making this low growling sound I'd never heard from him before. "Max, what is it, buddy?" I asked, but he didn't even look at me. That's when I got the first chill. Max always responds when I call him. I got up and went to the window, peering out into the darkness. The fog had gotten thicker, and our motion sensor lights weren't on, so I figured it was probably just a deer or something. We get them all the time. I tried to pull Max away, but he wouldn't budge. His growl got louder, and I noticed the hair on his back was standing up. "It's nothing," I told myself out loud, trying to calm my nerves. I went back to the couch but kept glancing over at Max, who hadn't moved an inch. After about 20 minutes of this, I decided to turn on the outside lights manually to put my mind at ease. I flipped the switch and our yard lit up. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. Then Max started barking. Not his normal bark, but this panicked, terrified sound. That's when I saw it. At the very edge of our yard, where the light barely reached, there was something, a figure. It was standing perfectly still at the tree line. Even from that distance, I could tell it was tall, unnaturally tall, like 7 or 8 feet at least. My first thought was that it was just a really tall person, but as I stared longer, I realized its proportions were all wrong. Its arms hung down past its knees, and it was so thin, impossibly thin. I blinked, hoping it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but when I opened my eyes, it was still there. Worse, I swear it had moved closer, though I hadn't seen it take a step. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed my phone to call Tom, but of course he was in surgery and wouldn't answer. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? There's a really tall, weird-looking person standing at the edge of my yard. They'd think I was crazy. Max was going absolutely ballistic now, barking and snarling at the window. I tried to hold on to him, afraid he might hurt himself trying to break through the glass. "It's okay, Max, it's okay," I kept saying, though I didn't believe it myself. Then the figure moved. It didn't walk like a normal person. It was like it glided, but with these jerky, unnatural movements, like someone had filmed a person walking and then removed frames from the footage. Every motion was disjointed and wrong, and it was coming toward the house. As it got closer, the motion lights finally kicked on, and I got a better look at it. I wish to God they hadn't. Its body was human-shaped, but wrong in every way. It wore what looked like a dark suit, but the fabric seemed to move independently of its body, like it was floating around it. And its face, there was no face, just a blank, featureless void where a face should be. I screamed and stumbled backward, falling onto the floor. Max was going crazy, alternating between barking furiously and whimpering in fear. I crawled to the hallway, pulling Max with me away from the windows. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto his collar. "This isn't real," I kept repeating to myself. "This can't be real," but I knew it was. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach, in the way the air in the house suddenly felt heavy and cold. Something was very, very wrong. I heard it then, a tapping on the window, slow, deliberate taps, tap, 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 like a finger against glass, but somehow hollow sounding. Max let out this heartbreaking whimper and pressed himself against me, shaking violently. I've never seen my dog so terrified. I knew I needed to do something. The house has an alarm system, but it wasn't armed. We rarely use it in this neighborhood. I thought about making a run for my car, but that would mean going near the windows, and I couldn't bring myself to look outside again. The tapping continued, moving from one window to another around the living room. Tap, tap, tap. Each sound made my skin crawl. I fumbled for my phone again and dialed 911 with trembling fingers. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher answered. There's something outside my house, I whispered, afraid that somehow it would hear me. It's trying to get in. Please, I need help. Ma'am, what is your address? I gave her our address, my voice shaking. "Can you describe the intruder?" How could I describe what I'd seen? "It's tall, really tall. And it doesn't have a face. Please, just send someone quickly." I could hear the skepticism in her voice as she told me officers would be dispatched, but it would take about 20 minutes given our location. 20 minutes felt like a lifetime. The tapping stopped abruptly, and for a moment I thought maybe it had gone away. Then the lights in the hallway flickered, once, twice, and then steadied. Max whimpered again, pressing himself even closer to me. I remembered something then that made my blood run cold. In my panic, I'd forgotten to check if the back door was locked. Tom always reminds me to lock it when he leaves, but I sometimes forget. I couldn't remember if I'd locked it after taking out the trash earlier. The hallway led to the kitchen, and from there to the back door. I didn't want to move, but I had to know. Slowly, with Max glued to my side, I crept down the hallway. The lights flickered again as I moved, and the air got noticeably colder. As I reached the end of the hallway, I could see into the kitchen. The back door was closed, but I couldn't tell from that distance if it was locked. I would have to get closer. Each step felt like moving through molasses. My body was screaming at me to turn around, to hide, to get out of the house, but I kept going, one trembling step at a time. I was about 10 feet from the kitchen when I saw it, a greasy, dark handprint on the wall next to the kitchen doorway, a handprint that hadn't been there earlier, a handprint that was too high up on the wall and had fingers that were too long and too thin to be human. I froze, unable to breathe. Max saw it too and started growling again, his body tense against mine. Then the lights in the kitchen came on by themselves. It was standing there, inside my house. It had to bend its body at an impossible angle to fit under the ceiling, its limbs folded in ways that human joints don't allow. In the bright kitchen light, I could see details I'd missed before. Its suit wasn't fabric at all, but seemed to be part of its body, like a second skin that rippled and moved, and where its face should have been was just emptiness. Not even darkness, but a void, like someone had cut a hole in reality. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, paralyzed with fear, as it slowly straightened up as much as the ceiling would allow and turned its featureless void toward me. Max broke free from my grip and charged at it, barking furiously. I wanted to call him back, to protect him, but no sound would come out. The creature didn't even acknowledge Max. It was focused entirely on me. Then it spoke. I didn't hear it with my ears. The words just appeared in my head, cold and clear and utterly alien. "You're not supposed to be here." Its voice, if you can call it that, was like ice cracking and grinding together. It wasn't angry or menacing. It was matter of fact, which somehow made it more terrifying. Max reached it and lunged, but instead of connecting with the creature, he passed right through it, stumbling on the other side. He turned, confused, and tried again with the same result. The lights began to flicker wildly now, strobing on and off. In the flashes, I saw the creature moving toward me, its movements jerky and wrong like before. One moment it was in the kitchen, the next it was halfway down the hall, then right in front of me. I finally found my voice and screamed. I turned to run, but it was somehow behind me now too. Every direction I looked, it was there, getting closer with each flash of light. "You're not supposed to be here," it repeated in my mind, louder now, like dozens of voices speaking in unison. The lights gave one final violent flicker and then went out completely. The house was plunged into darkness so absolute I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I could hear Max barking frantically from somewhere, but I couldn't tell where. Something cold touched my shoulder. Not a hand, but something that felt like static electricity and ice combined. My entire body went numb, and I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. In the darkness, I felt its presence surround me completely, like I was being enveloped in a freezing fog. The void where its face should be was somehow darker than the darkness around us, and it was all I could see. "You're not supposed to be here," it said one final time, and then it began to pull me toward that void. I don't remember screaming. I don't remember fighting. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the kitchen floor, and Tom was shaking me, calling my name. He'd come home from his shift to find all the lights in the house blown out, Max hiding under the bed upstairs, and me unconscious on the kitchen floor. The police never came. When Tom called them, they had no record of my 911 call. It's been weeks now, and I still don't know what happened that night or what that thing was. Tom thinks I had some kind of breakdown from stress and imagined the whole thing. But I know what I saw, I know what I felt, and sometimes, late at night when Tom's asleep, I swear I can hear tapping on the windows. Tap, tap, tap. And in my mind, those words echo. You're not supposed to be here. I don't know if it's coming back or if it never really left. All I know is that I can't stay in this house much longer. I don't think I'm meant to. Story 10. I still can't make sense of what happened last night. I've been sitting here staring at my laptop for hours trying to put it into words. I'm not even sure if I should be sharing this, but I need to tell someone who won't immediately think I'm losing my mind. For context, I've always been sensitive to things most people don't notice. Since I was a kid, I've felt presences, seen shadows move when they shouldn't, heard whispers in empty rooms. My grandmother was the same way, and she taught me protection rituals before I even learned multiplication tables. Sage bundles, salt lines, iron horseshoes over doorways. These were normal household items in our family. I've spent years researching ways to keep unwanted energies out of my space. What happened yesterday completely blindsided me because it didn't fit any pattern I've experienced before. I had just gotten home from a particularly exhausting shift at the hospital. I work as a nurse, and yesterday was brutal. We lost a patient, a sweet elderly man who'd been fighting pneumonia for weeks. By the time I got home around 7 in the evening, I was emotionally drained. All I wanted was a hot shower and to collapse into bed. My house is pretty old, built in the 1930s. It has these wide hallways and big ornate mirrors that were fashionable back then. There's this massive gilded mirror hanging in the dining room that you can see from the main hallway. It's been there since I bought the place 3 years ago. I was trudging down the hallway, shoulders slumped, when something caught my peripheral vision in that dining room mirror. At first, I thought it was just my reflection, but the movement wasn't matching mine. I stopped dead in my tracks. What I saw in that mirror made my breath catch. It wasn't my reflection at all. Standing there, clear as day, was this creature. That's really the only word for it. It looked like a cat, but wrong. Too big, too white. Not just white, but luminescent. Like it was catching light that wasn't there. It was perched on what looked like a small rock or pedestal, about 3 feet tall and maybe 2 feet wide. Its proportions were all off, longer limbs than any cat should have. And its face, the smile, that's what really got to me. It had this wide, almost Cheshire cat grin that stretched impossibly across its face. Not threatening exactly, but definitely not natural. My first instinct was to spin around and look directly at where the creature should be standing in my actual dining room. But when I turned, there was nothing there, just my ordinary dining room with its ordinary furniture. When I looked back at the mirror, I could still see a faint afterimage of the creature, like when you stare at a bright light and then look away. Here's where it gets really weird. In every other unexplainable encounter I've had, my response has been fear. Cold sweats, racing heart, the urge to run or hide, but this time I felt peace. It washed over me like warm water, this profound sense of ease and lightness. My exhaustion lifted. The grief I'd been carrying from my shift melted away. I felt more alert, more present, more myself than I had in months. Don't get me wrong, there was a brief moment of shock, a quick jolt of, what the hell is that? But it passed almost immediately, replaced by this incredible calm. I stood there in my hallway for what felt like forever, just breathing. The house felt different, cleaner somehow, like the air had been purified. I could swear there was a faint scent of something pleasant, not quite floral, not quite herbal, but fresh and clean. Eventually, I made my way to the bathroom for that shower I'd been craving. The whole time, I kept waiting for the fear to hit me, for the paranoia to creep in. That's what happens when you hallucinate, right? You get scared, you question your sanity. But I felt more sane, more centered than I had in ages. After my shower, I went back to the dining room and examined every inch of it. Nothing was out of place. The mirror showed only normal reflections. I even checked behind it to see if there could have been some weird light trick or projection. Nothing. I sat at my dining table with a cup of tea and tried to process what had happened. Everything I've ever learned about supernatural encounters has been about protection, about keeping entities away. I've never heard of summoning or attracting something beneficial. My grandmother's teachings were all defensive: how to cleanse spaces, how to shield yourself. There was never any, here's how to invite a friendly spirit into your home. As I sat there, I realized that my chronic back pain, a constant companion for the past 5 years, was completely gone. The tension headache I'd been nursing since midway through my shift had vanished. Even the perpetual knot in my shoulder had released. I spent hours researching last night, looking up benevolent house spirits across different cultures. There are so many: brownies from Scottish folklore, domovoi from Slavic traditions, zashiki warashi from Japan. But none of them match what I saw. The closest might be some descriptions of the Fae folk. But even those accounts typically include some element of mischief or potential danger. This was different. This felt protective, guardian-like. I went to bed around midnight, half expecting to have nightmares or to wake up with my earlier sense of well-being shattered. Instead, I slept better than I have in years and woke feeling refreshed, despite only getting about 6 hours of sleep. This morning, I noticed something else strange. The plants in my dining room, a struggling pothos and a fern I've been slowly killing for months, both look healthier. The pothos has new growth, and the fern's brown edges have receded. I'm sitting here now, in that same dining room, occasionally glancing at the mirror. Part of me hopes to see the creature again, while another part wonders if I'm being naive. Every instinct I've developed over years of dealing with the unexplainable tells me to be cautious, to cleanse my space, to reinforce my protections. But something deeper, something more intuitive, is telling me that this visitor meant no harm. Could it be some kind of house guardian that was attracted to my state of exhaustion and grief? A protector that showed itself because I needed comfort? Or am I rationalizing something I don't understand because the alternative, that I hallucinated or that something potentially harmful has found a way past my defenses, is too frightening to consider? I keep coming back to how it made me feel, not drained, not frightened, not uneasy, but restored, strengthened. If something wanted to harm me, wouldn't it have left me feeling worse, not better? The most confusing part is that I've spent so much time and energy learning how to keep entities out that I have no framework for understanding one that might actually be beneficial. It's like I've been building walls my whole life, and now I'm wondering if I've been keeping out friends along with foes. I did try one thing this morning. I left a small saucer of milk on the dining room table before I went to work. It's a traditional offering for house spirits in many cultures. When I came home this afternoon, the milk was gone. There was no evidence of it having been spilled or moved. The saucer was bone dry, sitting exactly where I'd left it. Could be my cat, I suppose, though she's never shown interest in milk before and isn't allowed on the dining table. But the way the saucer was left, perfectly centered, completely empty, felt deliberate. Careful. I haven't told anyone else about this. My co-workers would think I'm having a stress breakdown. My friends would worry. My family would probably show up with sage and holy water. But I don't feel like I need to be saved from this. For now, I'm just observing. I've started keeping a journal of any unusual occurrences or feelings. The house continues to feel lighter, cleaner, more welcoming. My sleep remains deep and restful. That back pain hasn't returned. I've lived with the unexplainable long enough to know that not everything supernatural is malevolent. Maybe there are entities out there that heal instead of harm, that guard instead of threaten. Maybe I've been so focused on protection that I never considered what might be worth inviting in. Or maybe I'm being naive. Maybe this is how something gets past your defenses, by appearing helpful, by making you lower your guard. But that smile, there was something ancient and knowing in it. Not malicious, but wise. like it had been watching over this space long before I arrived and would continue long after I'm gone. I'm leaving another offering tonight. Not just milk this time, but a small plate with honey and bread too. I've read that these are traditional offerings across many cultures. What kind of benevolent entity appears as a two-white cat with an impossible smile? What kind of guardian shows itself in mirrors but brings peace instead of dread? I don't have answers yet, but for the first time in my life, I'm not afraid of the unexplainable. I'm curious. Story 11. I've been a state trooper with the Blackridge County Highway Patrol for just over 11 years now. I've seen my share of accidents, fatalities, and weird stuff on the roads, but what happened 3 weeks ago has me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. I haven't told many people about this, just my wife and my partner. They both think I should see someone. Maybe they're right. It was a Thursday morning in late October. The weather had been unusually warm for fall, and the morning sun was bright enough that I had my sunglasses on by 7:30 when I started my patrol. I was cruising along Route 16, which runs through the eastern part of the county. There's this notorious stretch about 12 miles out from town that the locals have called Dead Man's Curve for as long as anyone can remember. The nickname made sense. It's a sharp bend on a downhill stretch where the highway hugs a steep ravine. No guardrails because of some county budget nonsense that's been going on for years. The road itself isn't even that dangerous if you're paying attention, but it's claimed more than its share of lives over the decades. That morning was routine. I'd stopped for coffee at the Gas and Go just outside town, chatted with Marie behind the counter about her son's football game, and headed out on my usual route. I remember thinking about my weekend plans. My daughter had a soccer tournament, and I was hoping to fix that leaky faucet in the guest bathroom before my in-laws visited next week. I approached Dead Man's Curve around 8:15. The sun was hitting the trees just right, lighting up the fall colors in this golden glow. I almost didn't notice it at first, just caught a flash of metal through the trees down in the ravine. I slowed the cruiser and pulled onto the gravel shoulder, grabbing my binoculars from the passenger seat. What I saw sent that familiar surge of adrenaline through me. The unmistakable shape of an overturned semi-truck, its white trailer crumpled among the trees about 40 feet down the embankment. The cab was partially crushed against a large oak, and there was no movement that I could detect. "Shit," I muttered, reaching for my radio to call it in. But I hesitated. This was the third truck accident at this curve in just 4 months. The previous 2 had been weird enough that they'd become a topic of conversation at the station. Both times, the trucks had gone over with no skid marks, no apparent cause, and no drivers found at the scene. In both cases, the driver's side door was open, seatbelt cut clean through. No blood, no bodies, just empty trucks at the bottom of the ravine. I decided to take a closer look before calling it in. Standard procedure would be to wait for backup, but I'd been down this embankment before, and I wanted to see for myself if this was going to be another phantom driver situation. I grabbed my utility belt, flashlight, and first aid kit from the trunk and made my way carefully down the steep slope, using saplings and rocks for balance. The ground was surprisingly dry despite the rain we'd had earlier in the week. The closer I got to the wreck, the more my stomach knotted up. The trailer had jackknifed and was torn open, revealing boxes of electronics scattered across the forest floor. The cab was worse than I'd thought, crushed on the driver's side where it had slammed into the tree. "Hello, Highway Patrol? Anyone down here?" I called out, not really expecting an answer. I circled around to the driver's side, already anticipating what I'd find. Sure enough, the door hung open, bent at an odd angle. The seatbelt was severed in a clean cut, just like the others. The key was still in the ignition. A half-empty coffee cup sat in the holder, still steaming. That detail stopped me cold. Steam rising from the coffee meant this had just happened, maybe minutes before I arrived. I scanned the surrounding area, suddenly alert to every sound in the forest. A truck this size doesn't just drift off the road without cause, and a driver doesn't just vanish into thin air, especially not moments before I happen to drive by. Is anyone hurt? I'm here to help, I shouted, louder this time. My voice echoed back at me from the ravine walls. Nothing. I noticed a logbook on the passenger seat and reached in to grab it. The last entry was from 6:15 that morning, a routine note about passing through Millerville, which is about 40 miles east of here. The driver's name was listed as Thomas Granger. That's when I noticed something else, a series of deep scratches on the dashboard. Not the kind made from the crash, but deliberate marks like someone had taken a knife and carved something. I leaned in closer and felt my blood run cold. The scratches formed words. He comes at the curve. I backed away from the cab, suddenly very aware of how quiet the forest had become. No birds, no rustling leaves, despite the light breeze I could see moving the treetops. Just silence. I decided it was time to call this in. I turned to climb back up to my cruiser, moving faster than I had on the way down. About halfway up, I spotted something on the ground. A standard heavy-duty flashlight, the kind most truckers keep in their cabs. It was lying in a small clearing where it shouldn't have been if it had just tumbled down during the crash. I picked it up, surprised to find it was still on, though the beam was weak. The lens was cracked and the black metal handle was covered in deep scratches, similar to those I'd seen on the dashboard. As I examined it, I noticed a name etched into the base. T. Granger. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I pocketed the flashlight and scrambled the rest of the way up to my cruiser, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I reached my vehicle and yanked the door open, dropping into the seat and grabbing my radio. Just as I was about to call in the accident, the radio crackled to life on its own. Static burst through the speaker, making me jump. Through the static, a voice whispered, so quiet I almost didn't catch it. You can't escape. Dead Man's Curve is mine. I froze, finger hovering over the transmit button. The voice had been clear, but somehow wrong. Like hearing someone speak underwater, distorted and hollow. This is Unit 471, come in dispatch, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Nothing but static. Dispatch, do you copy? This is Unit 471 reporting a 1050 on Route 16 at mile marker 37. The static cleared for a moment, and I thought I heard the beginning of the dispatcher's response, but then the voice returned, louder this time. I see you, officer. I see all who pass the curve. My hand instinctively went to my holster as I scanned the empty road. There was nothing. No vehicles, no pedestrians, just the empty highway stretching in both directions and the dense forest surrounding Dead Man's Curve. The flashlight I'd picked up was still in my pocket. I pulled it out, and as I did, I noticed something I'd missed before. What I'd thought were random scratches on the handle actually formed a crude map, with the curve clearly marked and a series of X's along the ravine. 7 X's in total. 7 trucks, not 3. My mind raced. There had only been 2 previous incidents reported this year. But if this map was accurate, there were 4 more we didn't know about. 4 more drivers who had vanished without a trace. The radio crackled again. This time I heard dispatch clearly. Unit 471, please repeat your last. You're breaking up. I grabbed the radio, relieved to hear a normal voice. Dispatch, this is 471. I've got a semi-truck over the embankment at Dead Man's Curve. No driver present at the scene, but signs of recent activity, requesting backup and recovery team. Copy that, 471. Units en route to your location. ETA 12 minutes. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. 12 minutes. I could wait 12 minutes. That's when I noticed the temperature in the cruiser had dropped dramatically. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. The windows began to fog up too, obscuring my view of the road. I reached to turn on the defroster, but before I could, something caught my eye. Words were appearing in the condensation on my windshield, forming from the inside as if an invisible finger was writing them. 7 down, more to come. I scrambled out of the cruiser, drawing my weapon instinctively. The morning had gone from bright and clear to strangely dim, as if a cloud had passed over the sun. But looking up, I saw only blue sky. The flashlight in my hand suddenly grew ice cold, so cold it burned my palm. I tried to drop it, but my fingers wouldn't respond. It was like they were frozen to the metal. The weak beam flickered and then grew intensely bright, shining directly toward the curve in the road. That's when I saw him, or it, a figure standing in the middle of the highway, right at the sharpest point of Dead Man's Curve. From that distance, it looked like a man in dark clothes, but something about the proportions was wrong. Too tall, too thin, arms hanging too low, and it was looking right at me. My radio exploded with static so loud I jumped. Through the burst of white noise I heard voices, not just one, but many, overlapping and desperate. "Help us! He won't let us leave! The curve takes all! Run!" The figure on the road began moving toward me, but not by walking. It seemed to flicker in and out of existence, appearing closer with each flicker, like a glitch in reality. 20 yards away. Then 15, 10. I raised my weapon with my free hand. "Stop right there! Police!" It stopped, maybe 8 yards from me, close enough that I should have been able to make out a face, but there was just darkness where features should be, a void in the shape of a man. "What do you want?" I demanded, surprised at the steadiness in my voice. The thing tilted what should have been its head. When it spoke, the voice came from my radio, from the air around me, from inside my own head all at once. "I want what's mine. The curve provides." The flashlight in my hand grew even brighter, the beam now almost blinding. I still couldn't let go of it. The light wasn't pointing at the figure anymore. It was pointing down the ravine, illuminating something I hadn't seen during my investigation. Bodies, hanging from the trees, 7 of them, suspended like grotesque decorations among the branches. How had I missed them? How had I walked right past them? I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The figure flickered again, now just feet away from me. I could smell something like ozone and rot. "You saw too much, officer, but you'll be useful. You'll flag down the next one for me." It reached for me with impossibly long fingers. Then, suddenly, sirens. Distant at first, then growing louder. The backup I'd called for was approaching. The figure's head snapped toward the sound. It made a noise like radio interference mixed with a growl. "Not today," it hissed, "but soon. The curve provides." It flickered once more and vanished. Instantly, the flashlight in my hand went dead and clattered to the pavement. The temperature returned to normal. The fog on my windows disappeared. By the time my backup arrived 3 minutes later, there was nothing unusual to see except a shaken state trooper and a wrecked semi down in the ravine. No bodies in the trees, no writing on my windshield. The logbook I'd found showed no unusual entries, no name. The dashboard of the truck cab was scratched up from the crash but bore no messages. The only evidence I had was the flashlight, its lens now intact, but the batteries dead, and when I showed it to my sergeant, the scratches I'd seen were gone. Just a normal department store flashlight with T. Granger printed neatly on a piece of tape on the handle. They found the driver 2 days later walking along Route 16 about 12 miles from the curve, dehydrated and disoriented, with no memory of the crash or how he'd gotten there. Medical examination showed nothing wrong with him except mild exposure and confusion. The official report chalked it up to another case of crash-induced amnesia and driver disorientation, common enough in serious accidents. The previous missing drivers had all turned up eventually, they reminded me, each with similar memory gaps. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I drive past Dead Man's Curve every day on my patrol route. I keep my window up now. I don't stop. And when my radio crackles with static as I round that bend, I pretend not to hear the whispers that come through, because the curve provides, and it's always hungry for more. Story 12. I've been debating for weeks whether to share this, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened to me. I moved into my first home last April. A modest 3-bedroom in a quiet Portland suburb. After years of apartment living, I was thrilled to finally have a place to call my own. The neighborhood seemed perfect. Well-maintained homes, friendly faces, and that peaceful suburban quiet I'd been craving. My neighbor to the left was an elderly woman who baked me cookies when I moved in. To the right lived a couple named David and Claire. They seemed normal enough. He was tall with salt and pepper hair, always in khakis and button-ups. She was petite with a blonde bob that never seemed to move, like it was frozen in place. I'd wave when I saw them getting their mail or pulling into their driveway, but our interactions never went beyond casual hellos. For the first couple months, everything was perfect. I was settling in, painting rooms, arranging furniture, all that new homeowner stuff. Then one night in June, I noticed something odd. I was watching TV in my living room when the lights flickered, once, then twice in quick succession. At first, I thought nothing of it, but the next night, same thing happened at exactly 10:30. Weird coincidence, I thought. By the third night, I was paying attention. 10:30 on the dot. Flicker, flicker, flicker. But what really freaked me out was glancing out my window and seeing the lights in David and Claire's living room doing the exact same pattern immediately after mine. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe we were on the same circuit? Maybe there was some power grid issue affecting both houses. But why only those two rooms, and why at the exact same time every night? After a week of this, I decided to check my circuit breaker during the flickering. That night at 10:25, I went to my garage and waited. When 10:30 hit, I felt a slight vibration through the wall even before my lights flickered. As I was examining the breaker panel, something made me look up toward David and Claire's house. Through their side window, I saw David just standing there. Not moving, not doing anything, just staring straight ahead with this completely blank expression. I raised my hand to wave, thinking he'd spotted me, but he didn't react at all. He just kept staring with those empty eyes. After a solid minute, he turned and walked away in these weird, stiff movements. I can't explain why, but something about his behavior made my skin crawl. A few days later, I started hearing noises. At first, just a soft buzzing that seemed to travel through the walls, then mechanical clicks that would happen randomly throughout the day. I'd be working from home and suddenly hear click, click, click from somewhere inside the wall shared with David and Claire's house. One night, I was jolted awake by a tapping sound. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the wall behind my headboard, the wall connecting to their house. I put my ear against it and heard what sounded like muffled voices. Not conversation, more like recorded messages playing at low volume. I started sleeping in my guest room after that. The following week, my kitchen appliances began behaving strangely. My microwave would turn on by itself for exactly 17 seconds, then stop. My refrigerator made this high-pitched hum that would start and stop throughout the day. When I unplugged them, the sounds continued from somewhere else in the house. I'm not paranoid by nature, but I started feeling like I was being watched. I'd catch movements out of the corner of my eye or feel this weird pressure change in a room like someone had just left it. Twice I came home to find lights on that I was certain I'd turned off. After a particularly bad night of constant tapping and buzzing, I decided to confront Claire when I saw her watering plants the next morning. She looked terrible. Her normally perfect hair was unwashed, dark circles under her eyes, wearing what looked like the same clothes from days before. "Hey, Claire," I said, trying to sound casual. "I've been having some weird electrical issues lately. Flickering lights, strange noises. Have you noticed anything similar?" Her reaction was off. She wouldn't make eye contact, kept looking past me or at the ground. "No, nothing like that here," she said too quickly. "Everything's fine. David handles all the electrical stuff." As she spoke, I glanced past her into their open front door. Their living room was mostly bare, except for a large metal box on the floor with thick cables snaking across the carpet and up the walls. There was something else too, what looked like monitor screens stacked on a folding table, though I couldn't see what was on them. "What's all that equipment for?" I asked, pointing. Claire stepped into my line of sight, blocking my view. "David works in tech, home office setup." She abruptly excused herself and hurried inside, shutting the door firmly. That night, the flickering and noises were worse than ever. The tapping became so aggressive it sounded like someone hammering the walls. I finally called an electrician for an emergency visit the next morning. The electrician found nothing wrong with my electrical system, but while checking the garage, he noticed something concerning. "Someone's tampered with this wall," he said, pointing to an area near my breaker panel. The drywall had been cut and patched, but it was crude work, painted a slightly different shade than the rest of the garage. After he left, I took a hammer to that section of wall. What I found made my blood run cold. Someone had created a small tunnel through the insulation between my house and David and Claire's. Inside were bundles of wires that didn't connect to anything in my home's electrical system. I followed the wires with my flashlight and discovered a tiny camera lens pointing through a pinhole in my living room wall. The camera was aimed directly at my couch, where I spent most evenings. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely dial the police. While waiting, I grabbed a baseball bat and marched next door, fury overriding my fear. I pounded on their door, but no one answered. Their car was gone from the driveway. I peered through their windows and got another shock. The house was completely empty. No furniture, no equipment, nothing. It looked like no one had lived there for months. When the police arrived, they searched both properties. They confirmed the camera and found 5 more hidden throughout my house. In my bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, even pointed at my computer desk, all connected to wires leading to David and Claire's house. They also found evidence of microphones in my walls and some kind of device attached to my electrical system that could control my power remotely. The most disturbing discovery came when they ran a background check on the property next door. According to county records, the house had been vacant for over a year following a foreclosure. There was no record of anyone named David or Claire ever living there. The utilities were off, had been for months, yet I'd seen them daily, talked to them, watched them come and go. I stayed with friends while the police investigation continued. They found fingerprints that didn't match any database and serial numbers on some equipment that had been filed off. The detective told me it looked like professional surveillance equipment, not the kind of stuff regular people can easily get. I sold my house at a loss 3 weeks later. Couldn't stand to be there knowing what had happened. I'm in an apartment across town now, but I still feel on edge all the time. I've had my new place swept for bugs twice already. I keep the blinds closed. I check behind picture frames for cameras. I still don't know who David and Claire really were or why they were watching me. Was I specifically targeted or just convenient? Were they government agents? Part of some trafficking ring scoping out victims? Just twisted voyeurs? Sometimes in my new apartment when it's late and quiet, I swear I can hear that same soft buzzing in the walls. Last week my lights flickered. Once, then twice. And I nearly had a breakdown. I keep telling myself it's just residual trauma making me paranoid. But yesterday, I noticed a couple moving into the apartment across the hall. The man is tall with salt and pepper hair. The woman has a blonde bob that never seems to move. I'm leaving tonight. I don't know where I'm going yet. I just know I can't stay here. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Am I losing my mind? Story 13. I've been driving trucks for nearly 20 years now. Long hauls, cross-country, you name it. I've seen pretty much everything the road has to offer. Wildlife darting across highways, crazy drivers, severe weather. But what happened to me 3 nights ago on Interstate 40 was something else entirely. I still can't explain it, and I'm not sure I want to try. I had been on the road for about 16 hours straight. I know. That's pushing it even with my experience, but I had a deadline to meet, and the load I was carrying needed to reach Phoenix by morning. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was running on nothing but gas station coffee and pure stubbornness at that point. Around 11:30 at night, I spotted a truck stop just off the interstate. It wasn't one of those big chain places with the fancy showers and food court, just a small family-owned spot with a diner attached. The kind of place that's been there since the 70s and probably hasn't changed much since then. The neon sign out front, Desert Oasis Truck Stop, flickered like it was on its last legs, buzzing and sputtering in the night air. The parking lot was almost empty. just 3 other rigs and a couple of beat-up sedans. I pulled my Peterbilt into a spot at the far end, figuring I'd grab some coffee, maybe something to eat, and catch a few hours of sleep before hitting the road again. When I walked into the diner, the fluorescent lights were harsh on my tired eyes. The place smelled like old grease and cheap cleaning products. Behind the counter was a waitress, mid-50s I'd guess. Her name tag said Linda. She had that weathered look you see in people who've been working nights for too many years. "What can I get you, honey?" she asked, already reaching for the coffee pot. "Just coffee black," I told her, sliding onto one of the vinyl stools at the counter. My back was killing me after sitting in the cab all day. She poured me a cup, and I've got to tell you, it looked like motor oil. But at that point, I would have drunk just about anything with caffeine in it. There were only 2 other customers in the place. A young couple in a booth near the window, looking like they were on a road trip and regretting every minute of it, and another trucker at the far end of the counter. He was skinny, wiry, with thinning gray hair and the kind of deep tan that comes from years on the road. He kept glancing over at me, and after a few minutes he got up and moved to the stool next to mine. "First time through here?" he asked, his voice gravelly from what I assumed was decades of cigarettes. I nodded. "Just passing through. Got a delivery in Phoenix." He introduced himself as Bill, said he'd been driving this route for 30 years. We made small talk for a bit, usual trucker stuff about routes, traffic, which way stations were being strict lately. Then his tone changed, got more serious. "You planning on sleeping here tonight?" he asked, lowering his voice. "Yeah, for a few hours at least." "Why?" Bill leaned in closer. "There's been talk, disappearances on this stretch of highway. Truckers, mostly, but others too." He glanced over at Linda, who was busy wiping down tables, then back to me. "Something out there takes people." I almost laughed. I'm not one for ghost stories or urban legends. But the look in Bill's eyes stopped me. He wasn't joking around. "What do you mean, something?" I asked. Before he could answer, Linda was back behind the counter. She shot Bill a look that could have frozen hell over. "Bill, you bothering customers with your stories again?" she snapped. "Don't mind him," she said to me. "He likes to scare newcomers with his tall tales." Bill shrugged, but as Linda walked away, he muttered, 7 truckers in the last 2 years, just vanished. Trucks found running, doors open, no trace. I finished my coffee quickly after that, paid up and headed back to my rig. Bill's story had unsettled me more than I wanted to admit, not because I believed in whatever boogeyman he was hinting at, but because out here in the middle of nowhere, with nothing but desert stretching for miles, you start to realize how alone you really are. Back in my truck, I locked the doors, reclined my seat and tried to get some sleep. But my mind kept replaying Bill's words. The windows were cracked open slightly to let in some air, and all I could hear was the occasional sound of a vehicle on the distant highway and the soft hum of my own breathing. I must have dozed off eventually because the next thing I knew, I was startled awake by a tapping sound. At first I thought it was part of a dream, but then it came again. Tap, 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 distinct and real, coming from my passenger side window. My heart jumped into my throat. It was now about 2 in the morning according to my dashboard clock, and the parking lot was even emptier than before. I sat up slowly, trying to see what was making the noise without making it obvious I was awake. That's when I saw her. Standing outside my truck was a young woman. She couldn't have been more than 25. She was wearing what looked like a white dress, but it was stained with dirt, and what I swear looked like blood. Her long, dark hair hung in tangles around her pale face, and her eyes, God, her eyes were wide with fear. "Help me," she mouthed through the glass, her hand raised to tap again. I sat up fully now, completely alert. My first thought was that she was hurt, maybe running from someone. I reached for the door handle, but something made me hesitate. The way she was standing there, in the middle of the night, in a dirty white dress, it didn't make sense. But she looked so desperate, I couldn't just ignore her. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. "Miss, are you okay? Do you need help?" But as I stepped down from the cab, she was gone, completely vanished. I stood there looking around the parking lot. There was nowhere she could have hidden that quickly. No cars peeling away, no sound of running footsteps. Just nothing. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe the coffee had been stronger than usual, or Bill's story had gotten to me more than I realized. I was about to climb back into the cab when movement caught my eye. She was now standing by my driver's side window, as if she'd circled around the truck without making a sound. This time, she pressed her hands against the glass, her face inches from it. "He's coming for me," she whispered, her voice somehow audible through the closed window. "Please don't let him take me." Her skin was so pale it almost glowed in the dim light of the parking lot, and her eyes, they were filled with such terror that it made my stomach knot up. Before I could respond, she suddenly looked over her shoulder as if hearing something I couldn't. Her face contorted in absolute horror. She let out a scream that I swear I felt more than heard, a high, piercing sound that seemed to go right through me. And then, in an instant, she was gone. Not running away, not ducking out of sight. She literally dissolved into the darkness, like someone had turned off a projector. I stood there, frozen, for what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds. Then I snapped into action, searching the entire area around my truck. No footprints in the dirt. No blood where she had touched the window. No sign that anyone had been there at all. I ran back to the diner, but it was closed now, the lights off except for a single bulb over the entrance. I banged on the door, but no one came. The couple's car was gone. Bill's truck was still there, but there was no sign of him. Back at my truck, I sat in the driver's seat with all the doors locked, the engine running, and the lights on. Sleep was out of the question now. I couldn't shake the image of that woman's face, or the sound of her scream. What had she seen behind her? Who was he? And how the hell had she vanished like that? I kept thinking about what Bill had said. 7 truckers vanished in 2 years. Trucks found running, doors open. Had they seen her too? Had they followed her somehow, trying to help? As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, I pulled out of that truck stop and back onto Interstate 40, pushing the speed limit the whole way to Phoenix. I delivered my load on time, but I couldn't shake what had happened. When I got back to that same stretch of highway on my return trip, I drove straight through. No stops, no breaks. I don't care how tired I get. I'm never stopping at that truck stop again. I've been trying to research those disappearances Bill mentioned, but I haven't found much. A few news articles about missing truckers, but nothing conclusive. Nothing that mentions a woman in white. I keep replaying that night in my head, trying to make sense of it. Was she a ghost, a hallucination, or something worse? I don't know, but I do know this. There's something not right about that stretch of Interstate 40. Something that waits in the darkness for people who are alone and vulnerable. And sometimes late at night when I'm driving, I catch glimpses of white in my peripheral vision. Just for a second, before it's gone, and I swear I can hear tapping on my window, even though when I look, there's nothing there. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if I'll ever understand it, but I know I'm not going back there to find out. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Story 14. I still get goosebumps when I think about it. I was 19 when I worked at Eastwick Theme Park during their Halloween season last year. The pay was decent for a college student, and I got to work with my friends, so it seemed like the perfect gig. My job was pretty straightforward. I worked as a maze attendant. During operating hours, I'd make sure guests were following the rules, not touching the actors, and generally keeping things running smoothly. After closing, we'd do a final sweep of each maze to make sure no guests were hiding or had gotten lost. We called it clearing the maze. The mazes I was responsible for were both inside the old Blackwood Manor, a genuinely historic building from the 18th century that the park had incorporated into their Halloween event. One maze was in the basement, themed around a mad scientist's laboratory. The other was on the top floor, a Victorian ghost story set up with creepy dolls and furniture that moved on its own. Both were pretty intense, especially when empty. On October 23rd, I was working the closing shift with my co-workers, Amber and Jake. It had been a busy night and we were all tired. The park closed at midnight, but we usually needed about 45 minutes to do our final sweeps and shut everything down properly. "Thomas, you take the basement maze tonight. I'll handle the top floor," Jake said, yawning. "Amber, you stay at the entrance and radio if anyone needs anything." I nodded and headed downstairs. The basement maze was especially creepy after hours. During the day, the actors playing deranged scientists and their experiments created most of the scares. But at night, with no actors and just the dim emergency lighting, the place had a different vibe altogether. The sound effects still played on a loop, distant screams, bubbling liquids, and electrical buzzing, but at a lower volume than during operating hours. I started my sweep from the entrance, methodically checking each room and behind every prop. The main path was straightforward, but we also had what we called rat runs, hidden passages that the actors used to move around the maze quickly. These weren't supposed to be accessible to guests, but sometimes curious people would find them. I was about halfway through the maze in the specimen storage section, a room lined with shelves full of prop jars containing fake body parts and creatures floating in colored liquid, when I heard a shuffling sound from one of the rat runs. "Hello," I called out, pulling out my flashlight. "The park is closed. If someone's there, you need to come out now." No response, but I definitely heard movement. I sighed, thinking it was probably some teenager trying to hide until after hours for a dare. I pushed aside the hidden door that led to the rat run and pointed my flashlight down the narrow corridor. The beam caught something moving at the far end, a small figure. As I moved closer, I realized it was a kid, a little boy, maybe 8 or 9 years old, but something was off about him. He was wearing what looked like really old-fashioned clothes, almost medieval-looking, with a rough cloth shirt and dark breeches. His hair was cut in a strange bowl-like style. "Hey, buddy, are you lost?" "The park's closed now. Your parents must be worried," I said, trying to sound friendly despite being annoyed that I'd have to radio this in. The boy just stared at me. His face was pale, almost translucent in my flashlight beam. Then I noticed his eyes. They seemed too dark, like there were no whites at all. "Are you okay?" I asked, a sudden chill running through me. The boy didn't answer. Instead, he turned and ran deeper into the rat run, disappearing around a corner. "Wait," I called, running after him. The rat run wasn't very long, maybe 30 feet at most, and it only had one exit at the other end. There was no way this kid could have disappeared so quickly, but when I reached the end, there was no sign of him. I pushed open the exit door, which led back into the main maze, and looked around. Nothing. The room was empty. "This is weird," I muttered to myself. I did a quick check of the surrounding areas, but found no trace of the boy. I radioed Amber. "Hey, did a little kid in weird old-fashioned clothes come out of the basement maze?" "No one's come out since closing," she replied. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, I just thought I saw someone. I'll finish the sweep." I completed my check of the basement maze, feeling increasingly uneasy. I told myself the boy must have found another way out, or maybe I was just tired and seeing things. By the time I finished, it was almost 1 in the morning. I headed upstairs to see if Jake needed help with the top floor maze. This one was called The Haunting, and it was designed to look like an abandoned Victorian mansion. It started with a parlor, then wound through a series of bedrooms, a nursery full of creepy dolls, a library with books that would suddenly fly off shelves, and finally a seance room where a mechanical medium would summon spirits. I found Jake at the entrance. "All done with the basement?" he asked, looking at his watch. "Yeah, all clear," I said, deciding not to mention the boy. "Need help up here?" "Actually, could you check the last section? I still need to do the nursery and library." "No problem," I said, and headed toward the back of the maze. The top floor was even darker than the basement. The emergency lighting was minimal, casting long shadows across the Victorian furniture and props. I made my way through the maze, checking behind curtains and under furniture. I was almost at the seance room when something strange happened. I turned a corner and suddenly everything went completely dark. Not just dim, but pitch black. The emergency lights, the exit signs, everything was gone. I stopped, confused. Had there been a power outage? But there was something else odd. The ambient sound effects had stopped too. The entire place was silent, not just quiet, but that absolute silence that feels heavy and unnatural. "Jake?" I called out. My voice sounded muffled, like I was speaking into a pillow. No response. I switched on my flashlight, but it barely penetrated the darkness. It was like the beam was being swallowed up after just a few inches. I took a step forward, then another, trying to orient myself. I knew the layout of this maze by heart. I should have been approaching the seance room with its round table and fake crystal ball. After taking about 3 steps, I noticed something ahead. A thin, vertical line of light, like a crack in a wall. But there shouldn't have been a wall there. I moved toward it cautiously. As I got closer, the line widened slightly, enough that I could see it was indeed a gap between what looked like 2 solid surfaces. Without really understanding why, I turned sideways and squeezed through the gap. Instantly, light flooded my vision. I blinked, disoriented, and found myself standing in the dollhouse room, which was on the complete opposite end of the maze from where I had just been. This was impossible. The dollhouse room was a good 10 to 15-minute walk from the seance room, with multiple twists, turns, and themed areas in between. There was no way I could have somehow ended up here by taking 3 steps through a crack in the wall. I spun around, looking for the gap I'd just come through, but there was nothing there. Just the normal wall of the dollhouse room, covered in Victorian-style wallpaper and adorned with shelves of antique toys. I felt dizzy and slightly nauseous. Had I blacked out, sleepwalked through the entire maze, but I hadn't felt tired or disoriented before this happened. I checked my watch. It was 1:25 a.m. The last time I'd checked before entering the top floor maze, it was around 1. So only about 25 minutes had passed. That was technically enough time to walk through the whole maze, but I had no memory of doing so. My radio crackled to life, making me jump. "Thomas, where are you?" It was Jake, sounding annoyed. "I've been looking all over for you." I pressed the talk button with a shaking hand. "I'm in the dollhouse room." "What? How did you get there?" "I just checked the seance room 5 minutes ago and you weren't there." "I don't know," I said honestly. "I'll meet you at the entrance." About 10 minutes later, Jake and Amber found me sitting on a bench near the entrance, still trying to process what had happened. "Dude, where did you go?" Jake asked. "I was calling for you on the radio for like 10 minutes. "I didn't hear anything," I said. "My radio was on the whole time." Amber looked concerned. "Are you feeling okay? You look really pale." I tried to explain what had happened, the darkness, the silence, the crack in the wall that somehow transported me across the maze, but even as I said it out loud, I knew how crazy it sounded. Jake laughed it off. "You probably just got turned around in the dark. Those mazes can mess with your sense of direction." But I knew that wasn't it. I knew every inch of those mazes. There was no way I could have gotten so disoriented that I traversed the entire top floor without realizing it. And then I remembered the boy from the basement, the strange child in medieval clothing with those unnaturally dark eyes. Had he been real? Was there a connection? We finished closing up and left the building around 2 a.m. As we walked away, I looked back at Blackwood Manor. In the moonlight, it looked different somehow, older, more imposing. For a brief moment, I thought I saw a small face watching from one of the upper windows, a pale, solemn face with dark, dark eyes. I quit the next day, made up some excuse about needing to focus on my studies. I couldn't bring myself to go back into those mazes. It's been almost a year now, and I still can't explain what happened that night. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was just exhaustion, or stress, or my imagination running wild in a creepy environment. But deep down, I know better. Something happened in that old building. Something that defied the laws of physics and reality as I understand them. And whatever it was, whatever shifted time and space around me for those few minutes, I don't think it was alone in that building. I still have nightmares about that crack in the wall and what might have happened if I'd kept walking in that darkness instead of stepping through. And sometimes when I'm half asleep, I think I hear a child's footsteps running down a corridor that isn't there. Story 15. I still can't explain what happened to me that night on Route 93. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now, and nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever come close to what I experienced. I'm only writing this down because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone else out there has seen the same thing. I was hauling a load of scrap metal from Reno to Phoenix last October. It was supposed to be a routine run, something I'd done dozens of times before. The company was short-staffed that week, so I volunteered to take the night shift. Route 93 through Nevada isn't exactly a picturesque drive, just miles of empty desert and scrubland that all looks the same in the dark. But the pay was good, and I needed the hours. I left Reno around 9 in the evening. The first few hours were completely normal. Traffic thinned out as I got further from the city, until eventually I was the only one on the road. That's not unusual for that stretch, especially after midnight. The moon was just a sliver that night, and the darkness out there is absolute. You can't imagine how dark it gets unless you've been there. No streetlights, no buildings, just the reach of your headlights, and then complete blackness beyond. Around 1 in the morning, I noticed my radio was acting up. I usually keep it on to stay awake, but it started cutting in and out, just static filling the cab. I tried changing stations, but it was the same on all of them. Dead air. I switched to my CB radio instead, hoping to catch some chatter from other truckers, but there was nothing there either, just more static. The silence started to get to me. When you're used to having background noise for hours on end, suddenly being without it makes you notice every little sound. The hum of the engine, the whoosh of air outside the windows, the creaking of the seat whenever I shifted my weight. I started talking to myself just to break the quiet. It was exactly 2:17 in the morning when the CB radio suddenly crackled to life. I remember checking the clock right before it happened. The burst of static made me jump, and then a voice came through the speaker. It was distorted, like the person was talking through layers of interference, but I could make out the words clearly enough. "Too late now, you're already on the road." I picked up the handset and responded, asking who was out there, but there was no answer, just more static. I figured it was probably some kid messing around with a CB somewhere, or maybe another trucker playing a prank, but something about that voice. It was flat, emotionless, and somehow familiar in a way I couldn't place. About 10 minutes later, I spotted taillights ahead of me. I was relieved to see another vehicle. The road had been empty for over an hour at that point. As I got closer, I could make out that it was another semi, an old Peterbilt model that looked like it had seen better days. The taillights were flickering, like they had loose connections. I kept my distance for a while, but we were both going about the same speed, and the road was straight enough that I decided to pass. I signaled, moved into the left lane, and accelerated. As I pulled alongside the other truck, I glanced over out of habit, the way you do when passing another trucker. The cab was empty. I swear on my life there was nobody behind the wheel. The truck was moving steadily at about 65 miles per hour, staying perfectly in its lane, but the driver's seat was completely vacant. I hit the gas hard, heart pounding, and pulled ahead as quickly as I could. In my side mirror, I could see those flickering taillights continuing on, steady as ever, with no one driving. I was doing almost 80 at this point, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white. I kept checking my mirrors, watching those taillights fall farther and farther behind until I couldn't see them anymore. I was trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Maybe the driver was leaning down to grab something. Maybe the angle was wrong and I just couldn't see them. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen, or rather, what I hadn't seen. After about 15 minutes of pushing my speed, I started to calm down. My hands were shaking, but I convinced myself I must have been mistaken. Sleep deprivation can do weird things to your mind, and I'd been on the road for hours. Then the CB crackled again. Passing doesn't help, the road always loops back. The same voice as before, flat and distant. I didn't respond this time. I just switched the CB off completely, my hand trembling as I did it. I was wide awake now, adrenaline coursing through me. I decided to pull over at the next rest stop or gas station, but in that part of Nevada, those can be 50 or 60 miles apart. I rounded a bend in the road, and there they were again, those same flickering taillights, now somehow ahead of me. It was impossible. I'd been doing 20 miles over the speed limit for at least 15 minutes. There's no way that truck could have gotten in front of me unless it had left the highway and taken some shortcut. But there are no shortcuts on that stretch of 93, just desert on both sides. I slowed down, keeping my distance. The truck ahead maintained its speed, those taillights blinking in the same irregular pattern I'd seen before. I was so focused on the truck that I almost missed the mile marker as I passed it. It was the exact same one I'd passed about 20 minutes earlier. Somehow, I'd looped back to where I'd been before, which was physically impossible on that straight highway. My mouth went dry. I considered turning around, heading back to Reno, but something told me that wouldn't work either. The only way was forward. The truck ahead suddenly slowed down, forcing me to brake to avoid hitting it. It came to a complete stop in the middle of the highway, blocking both lanes. There was no shoulder to speak of on that section, just a steep drop-off on one side and a rock face on the other. I was trapped. I sat there for what felt like forever, engine idling, staring at those flickering tail lights. I didn't dare get out. I didn't dare try to go around. I just waited, hoping the truck would move again. After about 5 minutes, I saw movement. The driver's side door of the Peterbilt opened, but nobody got out. Instead, I heard a loud creaking sound like rusty hinges coming from the trailer. In my headlights, I could see the back doors of the trailer swinging open, though I couldn't see inside from my angle. Something emerged from the darkness of that trailer. At first, I thought it was a man, but as it stepped fully into the glow of my headlights, I realized it was nothing like any human I'd ever seen. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and impossibly thin, like someone who'd been starved for months. Its limbs were too long, its joints bent at unnatural angles. It was wearing what looked like the tattered remains of a trucker's outfit, faded and dirty, but its face, God, its face. The skin was pulled too tight over its skull, like it had shrunk down onto the bone. Where its eyes should have been were just dark, hollow sockets. Its mouth was open too wide, hanging slightly open in a way that human jaws don't move. It turned toward my truck and started walking, its movements jerky and wrong, like a marionette being pulled by invisible strings. It stretched out its arms as it approached, fingers too long and bent backward at the knuckles. I threw my truck into reverse without thinking, backing up as fast as I dared on that dark highway. The thing started moving faster, not quite running, but covering ground in a way that didn't look like normal walking, more like it was being dragged forward by something. As I backed up, I kept my eyes on it the whole time, too terrified to look away. It was getting closer despite my retreat. Then my CB radio switched itself back on, and that same voice came through, louder this time. "You can't leave the road now, you're part of it." I don't know what came over me, but some survival instinct kicked in. I cranked the wheel hard, shifted into drive, and floored it, aiming for the narrow gap between the Peterbilt and the rock face. There was barely enough room, and I felt my trailer scrape against the rocks as I squeezed through. The thing reached for my cab as I passed, its fingers actually brushing against my window. The touch left frost patterns on the glass, spreading outward like ice crystals. Once I was past, I didn't slow down. I pushed that truck to its limits, going well over 90 miles per hour on a highway rated for much less. I didn't care. I just needed to get away. I drove like that for almost an hour, terrified to slow down, constantly checking my mirrors for those flickering taillights. Eventually, I saw the lights of a gas station up ahead and pulled in, nearly crashing into the pumps in my panic. The attendant found me sitting in my cab, unable to move, staring at the frost pattern on my window that was only now starting to melt. He thought I was drunk or high, but when the police came, They could see I was just in shock. I couldn't explain what happened, not to them and not to my boss when I called to quit the next day. I've never driven Route 93 again. I've never driven at night again, actually. I sold my rig and took a warehouse job instead. The pay's worse, but at least I'm home every night. Sometimes I still hear that voice in my dreams. You're already on the road. I wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like my bedroom is moving, vibrating with the phantom sensation of wheels on asphalt. I've researched that stretch of highway since then. Turns out there have been an unusual number of disappearances along Route 93 over the years. Truckers who set out and never arrived. Cars found abandoned with no sign of the drivers. The locals have stories about a phantom truck that appears to travelers at night, but they're just dismissed as urban legends. I know better now. There's something out there on that highway, something that doesn't belong in our world. And if you're ever driving through Nevada at night and you see tail lights flickering up ahead, don't pass them. Turn around. Take another route. Because once you're on that road with it, you might never truly leave. My CB radio sits in my garage now, unplugged and with the batteries removed. But sometimes when I walk past it late at night, I swear I can hear static coming from the speaker. And underneath that static, a voice, waiting for someone else to pick up the call. Story 16. I still don't know what possessed me to keep driving that night. I'd been on the road for almost 14 hours straight, heading back from my cousin's wedding in Riverdale. My eyes were burning, my back was killing me, and I kept catching myself nodding off. The smart thing would have been to stop in one of the larger towns I'd passed through earlier, but I had this stupid idea that I could make it home in one go. Then the storm hit. It wasn't just rain. It was like someone was dumping buckets of water onto my windshield. My wipers were going full blast, and I still couldn't see more than 20 feet ahead. The highway had emptied out completely, and my fuel gauge was hovering just above empty. I was starting to panic a little, calculating how many miles I might have left, when I saw it through the curtain of rain, a flickering neon sign on the side of the road, Hollow Creek Motel, vacancy. I almost cried with relief. I didn't care if it was the Ritz or a total dump. I just needed to get off the road before I either crashed or ran out of gas in the middle of nowhere. I pulled into the parking lot, my headlights sweeping across the building. Even through the rain, I could tell this place had seen better days. Much better days. The wooden siding was warped and peeling, and half the exterior lights were burned out. There were only 2 other cars in the lot, an ancient pickup truck and what looked like an equally old station wagon. I sat in my car for a minute, raindrops hammering on the roof, wondering if I should try to push on a little further. But a massive crack of thunder made the decision for me. I grabbed my overnight bag, took a deep breath, and made a run for the office. The bell above the door gave a weak jingle as I stepped inside, dripping all over the worn-out carpet. The place smelled like old cigarettes and something else I couldn't quite place. Musty and sour. A single desk lamp illuminated the cramped front office. "Hello?" I called out, wiping rain from my eyes. After a few seconds, a door behind the counter opened. The man who stepped out made me take an involuntary step back. He was tall and impossibly thin, with deep-set eyes and a gaunt face. His skin had a waxy, yellowish quality that made him look ill. When he smiled at me, his lips stretched too wide across his teeth. "Need a room?" His voice was raspy, like he hadn't used it in a while. "Yeah, just for tonight. The storm caught me off guard." He nodded slowly, staring at me with those sunken eyes. "Highway gets dangerous in weather like this." "Tell me about it," I said, trying to sound casual. Almost couldn't see the turnoff for this place. "Most don't," he replied, not elaborating further. I waited for him to ask for my ID or credit card, but he just reached behind him and took a key off a hook on the wall. The number 7 dangled from a faded plastic tag. "Room 7. He said, sliding the key across the counter. "End of the building. Checkouts at 11. "Don't you need my information or payment?" His eyes fixed on mine. "We'll settle up in the morning." Something about his stare made my skin crawl, but I was too exhausted to argue. I took the key, mumbled a thanks, and headed back out into the downpour. Room 7 was, as he'd said, at the very end of the building, tucked around a corner where the light from the office didn't reach. I fumbled with the key in the dark, finally getting the door open. The smell hit me first, a heavy, damp odor of mildew and something else, something organic and unpleasant. I felt along the wall for a light switch and flipped it on. A single bulb in a cheap ceiling fixture cast weak yellow light over the room. There was a queen-sized bed with a faded floral bedspread, a particle board dresser with a small TV that looked like it was from the 90s, and a door I assumed led to the bathroom. The carpet was stained in several places and the wallpaper was peeling away from the corners of the ceiling, but it was dry and it had a bed. At that point, that was all I cared about. I set my bag down and checked my phone. No signal, of course. The storm was still raging outside, rain lashing against the window. I decided to take a quick shower before crashing for the night. The bathroom was just as depressing as the main room. Cracked tiles, a rust-stained sink, and a shower with a plastic curtain that had seen better days. The water pressure was weak, but the water was hot. I scrubbed away the grime of the road trip, trying to ignore the black spots of mold growing in the corners of the shower stall. By the time I toweled off and pulled on a clean t-shirt and boxers, I was dead on my feet. I crawled into bed, grimacing a little at the musty smell of the sheets, and clicked off the lamp on the nightstand. That's when I noticed how absolutely dark the room was. There were no streetlights outside, no glow from neighboring buildings, just pitch blackness. The rain continued to beat against the window, and occasional flashes of lightning briefly illuminated the room in stark white light. I closed my eyes, expecting to fall asleep instantly given how exhausted I was, but I didn't. Instead, I became acutely aware of something. It wasn't a sound exactly, more like a presence, like when you can feel someone watching you. I told myself I was being stupid, just my brain playing tricks after too many hours on the road. I rolled onto my side, pulling the covers up higher. That's when I heard it. A soft, rhythmic sound coming from the corner of the room near the bathroom door. At first, I thought it might be water dripping or some quirk of the building's old pipes. But as I listened, I realized what it was. Breathing. Slow, measured breathing. My own breath caught in my throat. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears. Yes, there it was again. In, out, steady and deliberate. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was coming from the next room? But no, it was definitely in the room with me. In my room. My heart started hammering in my chest. I wanted to reach for the lamp, but my arm felt like lead. What if there really was someone in here with me? What if turning on the light just confirmed my worst fears? A flash of lightning lit up the room, and in that split-second burst of illumination, I saw it. A figure, standing in the corner by the bathroom door, tall and unnaturally thin, its proportions all wrong. In that brief glimpse, I couldn't make out features, just a dark silhouette against the wallpaper. When darkness returned, I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The sound of breathing from the corner continued, uninterrupted. Maybe I'd imagined it, a trick of shadows from the lightning. But then another flash came, longer this time, and I saw it again. It was still there, still watching, and this time I caught a glimpse of eyes, pale, reflective eyes that seemed to glow slightly in the dark. The rational part of my brain shut down completely. I was paralyzed with terror, my mouth dry, my limbs heavy. The breathing from the corner seemed to grow louder, more deliberate. Then, between lightning flashes, I heard movement, a soft shuffling sound like bare feet on carpet, moving closer to the bed. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, but I could feel it approaching. The temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly, my breath fogging in front of my face. The breathing was closer now, right beside the bed. I felt the mattress dip slightly, as if something had placed a hand on it, or as if something was climbing onto the bed with me. That broke my paralysis. I lunged for the lamp, knocking it over in my panic. It crashed to the floor, the bulb shattering. I scrambled off the bed, tangling in the sheets and falling hard onto the floor. The breathing was right above me now, and I felt something, a hand, cold and dry, brush against the back of my neck. I screamed then, a raw sound that tore at my throat. I crawled frantically toward where I knew the door was, bumping into the dresser, knocking things over. My fingers finally found the doorknob, and I yanked it open, not caring that I was in just a t-shirt and boxers, not caring about anything except getting out. The hallway was dark too, but the storm had let up enough that a faint glow from outside provided just enough light to see. I sprinted down the corridor, bare feet slapping on the damp concrete. I didn't look back. I didn't stop at the office. I ran straight for my car, fumbling with my keys with shaking hands. I could swear I felt cold breath on the back of my neck the entire time. The car started on the first try, thank God, and I floored it, tires spinning on the wet pavement before catching. As I tore out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The neon sign that had read vacancy when I arrived was now flickering to no vacancy, though there had been plenty of empty rooms. In that moment, I understood the sign wasn't meant for normal travelers. It was meant for people like me, exhausted, desperate, vulnerable. I drove for 2 hours straight before I found an all-night gas station. I filled up my tank, went inside, and sat under the fluorescent lights until dawn, drinking cup after cup of terrible coffee. The attendant asked if I was okay. I must have looked insane, sitting there in my underwear, pale and shaking. I never went back for my things. My overnight bag, my clothes, my phone charger, all still in room 7 as far as I know. I bought some cheap sweats at a Walmart the next day and drove straight home without stopping again. It's been 3 months. I've tried researching Hollow Creek Motel online, but I can't find any record of it. I've even tried retracing my route on maps, but I can't pinpoint where I turned off the highway that night. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and think I can hear that same slow, rhythmic breathing in the corner of my bedroom. And sometimes when I'm driving late and see a motel sign glowing in the distance, I press down on the gas pedal and keep going no matter how tired I am. I don't know what was in room 7 that night. I don't want to know. But I'm certain of one thing. If I'd fallen asleep, I never would have left that place. Story 17. I've never told anyone the full story before. Not all in one go like this. It's been eating away at me for years, and I guess writing it down might help me process everything. I don't know what to make of it, and I'm honestly scared of what the answers might be. I first noticed something was off when I was around 8 years old. My mom mentioned hearing me call for her from my bedroom when I was actually downstairs watching cartoons. I didn't think much of it at the time. Houses make weird noises, and Mom always had an overactive imagination. She'd laugh it off, saying, "I could have sworn I heard you calling, 'Come here, Mummy,' clear as day." These incidents happened every few months. My grandmother started experiencing it too when she'd babysit me. She'd be cooking dinner and suddenly ask why I was calling her name when I hadn't said a word. I remember rolling my eyes about it because, come on, I was right there reading my book. My family has always been a bit superstitious, so I chalked it up to them being dramatic. By the time I hit my teens, I had completely dismissed these stories. That changed when I was 17. My best friend Trey was the most rational person I knew. He didn't believe in ghosts, psychics, or anything supernatural. We'd been hanging out almost every weekend for years, usually in my basement where we had a TV set up and could stay up late without disturbing my parents. Then suddenly, Trey started making excuses not to come over. When he did visit, he refused to go downstairs. I figured he was just going through something personal, and eventually, we drifted apart, as high school friends often do. It wasn't until a chance meeting at a coffee shop during college break that I learned the truth. We were catching up, and after a couple of hours of reminiscing, his expression changed. He looked nervous, fidgeting with his coffee cup. "Nadia, there's something I need to tell you about why I stopped coming over," he said, his voice tense. The story he told me sent ice down my spine. According to Trey, one night when we were hanging out in my basement, I had fallen asleep on the couch during a movie. He went to use the bathroom at the top of the stairs. As he was washing his hands, he heard my voice calling, "Come here, Trey," from the hallway. He thought I had woken up and come upstairs. When he opened the bathroom door, he saw me, or what looked exactly like me, standing at the end of the hallway, peeking around the corner. He said "I" was smiling in a way that made him uncomfortable, beckoning him to follow. Confused, he took a step forward, but something felt off. That's when he remembered I had been sound asleep just moments before. On an impulse, he turned and ran back down the stairs. There I was, still asleep on the couch, in the exact same position he'd left me. He said he nearly threw up from fear. He woke me up immediately, made an excuse about feeling sick, and left. He never felt comfortable in my house again. I laughed it off while we were talking, but inside I was terrified. This wasn't my superstitious family. This was Trey, who didn't believe in anything supernatural. What's more, his story matched the pattern, someone hearing or seeing me when I was somewhere else entirely. I tried to forget about it after our coffee meetup. I was in college, focused on my degree, and had convinced myself it was just a series of weird coincidences. Maybe Trey had been half asleep. Maybe my family members were hearing things. I was 24, too old to be scared of ghost stories. Then it happened again, 6 months ago, and this time, there was no denying something was seriously wrong. I had moved in with my friend Marcus after graduation. We'd known each other for about 2 years and got along well enough to share an apartment. Nothing romantic, just two friends splitting rent. His parents lived about 30 minutes away, and occasionally we'd go visit them for dinner. During one of these visits, we were hanging out in Marcus's old bedroom in the basement. I was lying on his bed scrolling through my phone while he went outside to grab something from his car. He was gone maybe 5 minutes. When he came back in, his face was white. He looked at me like he'd seen a ghost. At first, he wouldn't tell me what was wrong, but after I pressed him, he reluctantly explained. "When I was at my car, I looked back at the house," he said, his voice shaking slightly. "I saw you looking at me through the little window in the garage door. You were peeking out, then ducking down, then peeking out again, like you were playing a game or planning to jump out and scare me." I felt my blood run cold. "Marcus, I've been here the whole time. I haven't moved from this spot." He stared at me. "Nadia, I saw you. You were wearing exactly what you're wearing now, that green sweater and your hair up in a bun. It was you." We both tried to laugh it off, but the mood for the evening was ruined. On the drive home, neither of us mentioned it, but I could tell he was disturbed. So was I. Because whatever he saw, it wasn't me, and it wasn't the first time this had happened. 2 weeks later, it happened again with Marcus. I was in the shower when I heard him yell my name from the living room. I quickly wrapped a towel around myself and ran out, thinking something was wrong. "What is it? What's happening?" I asked, dripping water all over the floor. He looked confused. "Nothing. Nadia, were you just in the kitchen?" "No, I was in the shower. You heard the water running." His face drained of color. "Someone who looked exactly like you just walked from the kitchen to your bedroom. I only saw the back of your head, but it was your hair, your height, wearing that red t-shirt you wear all the time." I wasn't wearing a red t-shirt. I hadn't worn it in days. It was in my laundry basket. We checked my bedroom together. Empty. We checked the entire apartment. All the windows were locked. All the doors secure. There was no one else there. There couldn't have been. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all the incidents over the years. My mother hearing me call for her, my grandmother experiencing the same thing, Trey seeing me upstairs while I was asleep on the couch, and now Marcus seeing me twice when I was definitely somewhere else. It was too consistent to be a coincidence. Something was mimicking me, using my voice, my appearance to, lure people, but to where and why. I started researching online, looking into doppelgangers, paranormal mimics, anything that might explain what was happening. Most of what I found was useless. Creepypastas and urban legends, nothing that felt like what I was experiencing. I considered telling my parents about everything, but I was afraid they'd think I was losing it, or worse, they'd believe me, and I'd have to accept that something truly unexplainable was happening. Then, 3 nights ago, I experienced it firsthand for the first time. Marcus had gone to visit his parents again, and I was alone in our apartment. It was around 11 at night, and I was getting ready for bed when I heard something that made my heart stop. My own voice coming from the living room. "Nadia, can you come here for a second?" It was my voice, exactly my voice. Not a recording, not someone doing an impression. It was as if I was standing in the living room calling to myself. I froze, toothbrush halfway to my mouth, toothpaste foam dripping down my chin. My mind raced for a rational explanation. Maybe Marcus had come home early and was playing a prank with a voice recording, but it sounded too natural, too spontaneous to be a recording. "Nadia, I need to show you something. Come here." The voice was soft, almost playful, like I was trying to coax a child or a pet to come to me. I felt sick. Whatever was out there, it wasn't me, but it sounded exactly like me. Against every instinct screaming at me to lock myself in the bathroom, I crept to the bathroom doorway. The hallway leading to the living room was dark. I hadn't turned the lights off. They had been on when I went to brush my teeth. Now they were off. "I can see you, Nadia. Don't be scared. It's just me. It's just you." My voice, but with a strange lilt to it, almost singing the words. I reached for my phone to call someone, anyone, but realized I'd left it charging in my bedroom. "Don't you want to see what I look like? Don't you want to see yourself, Nadia?" I backed up against the sink, my hands gripping the porcelain so hard my knuckles turned white. The voice was getting closer, coming down the hallway toward the bathroom. Then I saw it, a shadow in the hallway, person-shaped, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. It was too dark to make out features, but I could tell it was roughly my height, my build. I slammed the bathroom door shut and locked it, then scrambled into the bathtub, pulling the shower curtain closed as if that flimsy piece of plastic could protect me. I was shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. For what felt like hours, I sat there, listening. Occasionally, I'd hear soft footsteps in the hallway, or a gentle knock on the bathroom door. Once, I heard giggling, my giggle, but distorted somehow, like it was being played at the wrong speed. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from pure exhaustion. When I woke up, sunlight was streaming through the small bathroom window. My back was stiff from sleeping in the bathtub, and my face was crusted with dried tears and toothpaste. Terrified but needing to know, I slowly pulled back the shower curtain. The bathroom door was still locked from the inside. I listened carefully. The apartment was silent. After working up the courage, I unlocked the door and peeked out. The hallway light was on, though I was certain it had been off the night before. Everything else seemed normal. No sign that anything had been disturbed. I searched the entire apartment. Nothing was out of place. No windows or doors had been forced. It was as if nothing had happened, except I knew it had. I had heard my own voice calling to me from the darkness. Marcus came home that afternoon, and I considered telling him everything but stopped myself. What would I say? "Hey, I think there's something that looks and sounds exactly like me wandering around our apartment at night." He already thought I was a bit odd after the 2 incidents he'd experienced. I didn't want him to think I was completely losing my mind. So I've been sitting on this for 3 days now, barely sleeping, jumping at every sound. I've started recording myself while I sleep, setting up my laptop to capture video all night. So far, nothing unusual has shown up in the recordings, but that doesn't make me feel any safer. Whatever this thing is, it's been with me my entire life. It knows my voice, my appearance, the people I'm close to. It can mimic me perfectly, and now it's trying to make contact with me directly. I don't know what it wants. I don't know if it's dangerous. All I know is that somewhere out there, there's another me, and it's getting bolder. Last night, I woke up to find all the photos in my room turned face down. In every single one of them, my face had been scratched out with what looked like fingernail marks, and on my mirror, written in what I hope was red lipstick, "Aren't you curious? Don't you want to meet yourself?" I haven't told anyone. I haven't called the police. What would I say? I just keep thinking about all those years of incidents, all those times people heard or saw me when I wasn't there. What if it wasn't mimicking me? What if I'm the copy? What if I'm not the real Nadia at all? Story 18. I still can't shake what happened all those years ago. Growing up in the high desert of California in the early 90s wasn't what most people would call a normal childhood. Our town existed because of the military base nearby, and everything was laid out in this weird grid pattern with streets named after numbers and letters instead of actual names. I lived just off Avenue Zero, where it crossed with 178th Street. Even the street names felt cold and impersonal, like we were all just coordinates on some giant map. The desert has a way of making you feel small. During the day, the heat would ripple off the sand in waves, distorting everything in the distance. At night, the darkness was absolute, stretching out forever. Without city lights washing out the sky, you could see every star and planet with crystal clarity. It was beautiful, but also unsettling, like you were staring into infinity. Strange things happened out there all the time. We'd see colored lights in the distance, not just white or yellow, but blues, greens, and reds that would zigzag across the horizon before shooting straight up into the sky. Everyone had theories: secret military aircraft, UFOs, atmospheric phenomena, but nobody really knew. My friend Marcus once found what looked like the entrance to a tunnel in the back of his hall closet. His parents called the housing authority, who sent someone out to seal it up. They said it was probably just an old maintenance access point, but it was sealed with fresh concrete the next day, and Marcus swore he heard people talking behind the wall the night before they came. People disappeared sometimes too, not often enough to cause panic, but often enough that we noticed. There was this old guy who lived 3 houses down from us. Mr. Kellerman. He'd walk his dog every evening around 6. Then one day, both he and his dog were just gone. His car was still in the driveway, nothing missing from his house. The police called it a voluntary disappearance, but nobody bought that explanation. How does someone voluntarily disappear in the middle of the desert without their car? But what happened that summer night in 1993 is what still gives me nightmares. Me, Danny, and Jason had been driving around, just killing time like teenagers do. We'd ended up on one of those long, empty desert roads that stretched toward the mountains. It was probably around 11 at night when Jason's car started making this weird clicking noise. We pulled over, figuring we should check it out before we ended up stranded miles from anywhere. The engine was still ticking as it cooled down when we all noticed something strange. Beyond the sound of the cooling engine, there was something else, a low humming, almost mechanical. "You guys hear that?" Danny asked, looking around. We stood perfectly still, listening. It wasn't coming from the car. It seemed to be coming from everywhere. "Get down," Jason said suddenly. He dropped to his knees and pressed his ear against the ground. Danny and I exchanged glances, but we followed suit. I felt ridiculous, lying flat on my stomach on the warm asphalt, pressing my ear to the ground like I was listening for a train. But then I heard it. It wasn't just humming. There were distinct mechanical sounds, metal clanking against metal, a rhythmic pulsing, and underneath it all, voices, muffled, distant, but unmistakably human voices coming from beneath us. "What the hell?" I whispered, pushing myself up onto my elbows. Jason's face had gone pale in the moonlight. "There's something down there, something big." Danny was scanning the horizon. "Guys," she said, her voice tight with fear. "Look." In the distance, maybe half a mile away, a small red light was moving along the desert floor. Just one light, bobbing slightly as if being carried by someone walking. But there was no road in that direction, nothing but open desert. The light started to move faster, and then another appeared beside it, and another. "We need to go," Jason said, scrambling to his feet. "Now." We piled back into the car, and Jason cranked the engine. It sputtered once, twice, before roaring to life. The tires spun in the loose gravel at the edge of the road as we took off. I looked back through the rear window. The red lights were moving faster now, converging on the spot where we'd just been, and they weren't just coming from one direction. They were appearing all around, like a circle closing in. We didn't talk about it on the drive home. What was there to say? None of us could explain what we'd heard or seen, but we all felt it. the fear that something was wrong with our quiet little desert town. I tried to forget about it, told myself it was probably just some weird desert acoustics, maybe sounds carrying from a distant mining operation. The lights could have been people on ATVs or dirt bikes. There were logical explanations if you wanted to find them. Then came the night at Eric's place, almost exactly a year later. Eric was an older guy, mid-20s, who lived with his parents on the outskirts of town, their property backed right up to open desert, with nothing between them and the mountains except sand, scrub, and whatever creatures called the desert home. I'd gone out there to help him pick up a trailer he was lending to my dad. It was late when we finished securing the trailer to my truck. Eric's parents had already gone to bed, and we were having a beer on their back porch before I headed home. Their property was surrounded by a tall electric fence, which I'd always thought was overkill. Desert wildlife isn't exactly threatening unless you count the occasional rattlesnake. "You ever see anything weird out in the desert?" I asked him, thinking about that night on the road. Eric took a long pull from his beer and set it down carefully. "What kind of weird?" I shrugged. "I don't know. Lights, people, anything out of the ordinary." He studied me for a moment, then stood up. "Wait here." He went inside and came back with what looked like a pair of binoculars, but bulkier. "Military-grade night vision," he said, handing them to me. "My cousin's in the Rangers. Got these for my dad last Christmas." I took them, surprised by their weight. Eric pointed toward the desert beyond their fence. "Look out there, about 300 yards, near that cluster of Joshua trees." I raised the binoculars to my eyes. Everything was bathed in an eerie green glow through the lenses. I scanned the area he'd indicated, seeing nothing at first except desert scrub and rocks. "I don't see any," I started to say, but then I did. A hole in the ground, a perfect circle, maybe 3 feet in diameter, and as I watched, something emerged from it. A head, shoulders, then an entire person, climbing out and standing up. My hands started shaking so badly I almost dropped the binoculars. The figure moved with strange, jerky motions, looking around before moving away from the hole. Then another figure emerged, and another. I counted 7 of them before Eric gently took the binoculars from my trembling hands. "What the fuck?" I whispered. "What the actual fuck are those?" "We call them ground dwellers," Eric said quietly. "My family's been watching them for years. They're all over the desert, but most people never see them. They only come out at night, and they stay away from populated areas." "Are they people?" I asked. Eric shrugged. "I guess. They look human enough through these, but they don't move right, and they dig those holes. Dad says they've got a whole network under the desert. That's why we have the fence. It's not to keep animals out, it's to keep them out." I couldn't process what he was telling me. Underground people, living beneath the desert, it sounded insane, but I'd seen them with my own eyes, and suddenly, those sounds we'd heard that night on the road made a horrible kind of sense. "Has anyone reported this? The police? The military?" Eric laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Who do you think knows about them already? Why do you think we have a military base out here in the middle of nowhere?" I left shortly after that, my mind reeling. The trailer felt like an afterthought now, just an excuse that had led me to a truth I wasn't sure I wanted to know. As I drove home, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see red lights following me. A few weeks later, things got even weirder. I was home alone. My parents were at some function on the base when I heard noises coming from our backyard. We had this old treehouse my dad had built years ago, and I could hear what sounded like whispers coming from up there. Grabbing a baseball bat, I went outside. "Who's there?" I called up, trying to sound braver than I felt. After a long pause, a woman's face appeared at the treehouse window. She looked terrified. "Please," she whispered, "please don't tell anyone we're here." There were 2 of them up there, a woman and a man, both in their 30s, looking like they hadn't slept in days. They climbed down reluctantly when I promised I wouldn't call anyone. The woman clutched a manila envelope to her chest. Her hands were shaking as badly as mine had been that night at Eric's. "We found something," she said, "on Barrel Springs Road. There are structures out there. They look like small concrete buildings from the outside, but they go down, way down. Like bunkers? I asked. More than bunkers, the man said. His voice was hoarse. They're access points. There's something massive underneath. We got inside one of them. The door was open, but then we heard vehicles coming. The woman opened the envelope and showed me several papers, some with what looked like official government seals, others with diagrams I couldn't make sense of. Many were damaged by water or smoke. I grabbed what I could, she said. They were burning documents when we got there. Men in black trucks showed up. They had guns. They left before dawn, refusing to tell me their names or where they were going. The woman left the damaged documents with me, hidden under a loose floorboard in the treehouse. I never saw them again, but others came looking. Within days, black vans started appearing on our street. Some had government plates, others had no plates at all. They'd park for hours, watching our houses. Nobody ever got out. I never told anyone about the couple or the documents. I was too scared. Eventually the vans stopped coming, but I never felt safe in that house again. We moved away the following year when my dad got transferred. I've never gone back to the high desert, and I avoid wide-open desert spaces whenever possible. Something about the emptiness, the vastness, makes me think about what might be underneath, hidden from view. I still have nightmares about those figures emerging from the ground. Sometimes I wake up convinced I can hear mechanical sounds and voices beneath my bedroom floor. I know how this all sounds. Believe me, I've spent years telling myself it was just teenage imagination, paranoia, desert mirages. But deep down, I know what I saw, what I heard. There are things out there in the empty places, things most people never see. And maybe that's for the best, because once you know they exist, you can never go back to not knowing. And these days, with all our lights and cameras and satellite coverage, I think they've just gotten better at hiding. The desert keeps its secrets well, but they're still there, beneath the surface, waiting. Story 19. I don't talk about this much. Even now, 27 years later, I get chills thinking about what happened in that house in Oak Ridge. We moved there in the summer of 1996 when I was 12. Dad got transferred for work, and Mom found this perfect suburban home with a big yard and enough bedrooms for me and my two brothers. From the outside, it looked normal. Brown siding, shuttered windows, a two-car garage, nothing special, nothing that screamed, "I'm haunted." The problems started my very first night there. I couldn't sleep, at all. I'd always been a good sleeper before, the kind of kid who could pass out anywhere. But in that house, I'd lie awake for hours, feeling like something was watching me, waiting. I'd stare at the ceiling until 2 or 3 in the morning, exhausted but wide awake. After a few nights of this, I started getting thirsty during these long, wakeful stretches. Our new house had this long hallway that connected all the bedrooms to the living room, and you had to walk through the living room to get to the kitchen. That hallway seemed to stretch longer and longer every night. The first time I went to the kitchen after dark, I hit the light switch and nothing. The lights wouldn't turn on. I figured the bulb was burned out and used the refrigerator light to find a glass for water. The kitchen felt freezing compared to the rest of the house, like unnaturally cold. I remember my breath fogging in front of my face, which made no sense in summer. I hurried back to my room, telling myself I was being stupid. The next morning, I mentioned the kitchen light to my mom as she made breakfast. She looked at me weird and flipped the switch. The lights came on immediately. She told me I must have been half asleep and missed the switch in the dark. That night, I couldn't sleep again. Around 1 in the morning, I got thirsty and headed back to the kitchen. This time, I was determined to get the light working. I flipped the switch multiple times, but nothing happened. The kitchen was pitch black except for the dim glow from the microwave clock, and it was freezing again. As I opened the fridge, the light illuminated part of the kitchen, and that's when I felt it, a presence. I can't explain how, but I knew something was in the corner by the pantry watching me. I could feel its eyes on my back. My skin crawled and the hair on my arms stood up. I grabbed a soda can instead of water and backed out of the kitchen without turning around. For weeks, This became my reality. Insomnia every night. The kitchen lights that worked perfectly during the day but never after sunset. The bone-chilling cold that didn't exist anywhere else in the house, and always that feeling of being watched by something that hated me. One night in August, about a month after we moved in, things escalated. I was getting a soda from the fridge when I heard a sound behind me. A soft, rattling breath. I froze, soda can in hand, too terrified to turn around. Then the can was slapped out of my grip. It hit the counter with a loud crack and rolled to the floor, spraying everywhere. I ran back to my room and didn't leave until morning. When I told my mom about the soda incident, she asked if I might have been sleepwalking. Dad was less sympathetic, saying I needed to man up and stop with the ghost stories, but I knew what I experienced was real. The next night, I took a flashlight to the kitchen. The beam cut through the darkness but seemed dimmer than it should have been. As I was getting water, I heard that breathing again. Slowly, God, it took every ounce of courage. I turned around. In the corner stood something, not fully visible, more like a darker patch of darkness. But her eyes, they were visible, glowing white, no pupils, just this terrible milky white light, and below them, a mouth stretched into a horrible grin with too many teeth. The sight was so wrong, so unnatural, that my brain could barely process it. I dropped my glass and ran, and as I fled, I swear I heard a scream inside my head, not through my ears, but inside my mind. A psychic shriek of rage and hunger. I started calling her the Banshee after that, though she didn't really look like the banshees from stories. She looked more like a witch, gaunt, with stringy hair and that terrible smile. But the screaming in my head made the name stick. My grades started dropping that fall. How could I focus on school when I was getting maybe 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night? I began keeping water bottles in my room to avoid the kitchen. I'd fill them during the day when the Banshee wasn't active. My parents thought I was being dramatic, but they didn't understand. One night in October, I overheard my brothers talking. Tyler, who was 14, was telling Sean, the oldest at 16, about seeing a woman in the kitchen at night. He described the same glowing eyes I'd seen. I burst into their room and told them everything. Sean admitted he'd seen her too, but hadn't wanted to sound crazy. We agreed to tell Mom, but keep it from Dad, who would just get angry. Mom's reaction surprised me. She didn't dismiss us, but she didn't exactly believe us either. She confessed she avoided the kitchen after dark because it felt wrong, but she blamed it on nerves from the move and suggested we were feeding each other's imaginations. Around Thanksgiving, we started finding dead animals on the kitchen floor in the mornings. Small things at first. Mice, a baby rabbit. Mom blamed our cat, Whiskers, though he was an indoor cat who rarely caught anything. Then one morning, we found a raven on the floor. It was huge, twice the size of Whiskers, and it had been torn apart, its feathers scattered across the linoleum. Dad got really upset, thinking someone was breaking in and doing this. He installed new locks, but it kept happening. What my parents didn't know was that Whiskers had started sleeping in my room almost every night. He'd scratch at my door around sunset until I let him in, then hide under my bed until morning. Whatever was killing those animals, it wasn't our cat. In January of 1997, I started sleepwalking. I woke up one night, standing in the kitchen, the refrigerator door open, its light showing the empty room. As I stood there, confused and terrified, I heard laughter, a dry, rattling sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The Banshee found it funny that I'd wandered into her domain while unconscious. That was when I decided I had to do something. This thing, whatever it was destroying my life. I couldn't sleep, couldn't concentrate at school, couldn't even feel safe in my own home. And now it was drawing me to the kitchen in my sleep. I started researching at the school library. This was before we had internet at home. I read everything I could find about hauntings, evil spirits, and how to get rid of them. Some of it seemed like nonsense, but I was desperate enough to try anything. A few days later, I overheard my parents arguing. Mom was crying, telling Dad she kept waking up in the kitchen with no memory of going there. She was sleepwalking too. Dad finally seemed concerned, but he blamed it on stress or possibly a gas leak. He promised to get the house checked out. The inspection found nothing wrong with the house. No gas leaks, no carbon monoxide, nothing toxic in the water. Everything was normal, but it wasn't normal, not even close. I decided to perform an exorcism or cleansing or whatever you want to call it. From my research, I learned about using sage to purify spaces and prayers to banish evil. I bought sage with my allowance money and memorized the prayer to Saint Michael, which was supposed to be particularly effective against demons. I waited until everyone was asleep one Friday night in February. Around 2 in the morning, I lit the sage and started in my bedroom, waving the smoke into every corner while reciting the prayer. I moved through the entire upstairs, my brother's rooms. They woke up but let me continue when I explained, the bathroom, and then downstairs. When I reached the kitchen doorway, the temperature dropped instantly. I could see my breath in front of me. The sage smoke seemed to hit an invisible wall at the threshold. But I pushed forward, my voice shaking as I repeated, "Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle." As soon as I stepped into the kitchen, the sage bundle went out. I relit it with trembling hands. Soda cans on the counter began to vibrate. Then one shot across the room and hit the wall. Another followed. The cabinets started opening and slamming shut. The psychic screaming started again, so loud in my head that I wanted to cover my ears, but I knew it wouldn't help. Through tears, I continued the prayer and waved the smoking sage, moving clockwise around the kitchen. When I reached the corner where I'd first seen her, the screaming intensified. My nose started bleeding. The refrigerator door flew open and everything inside crashed out onto the floor. I was terrified but kept going, something inside me knowing I couldn't stop now. "Banshee!" I shouted over the chaos. "This isn't your house. You need to leave." There was a moment of absolute silence. Then I saw her, more clearly than ever before. She was skeletal, her skin gray and stretched tight over bones, her hair hanging in greasy strands around her face. Those glowing white eyes fixed on me with such hatred I nearly ran, but instead I stepped forward and blew sage smoke directly into her face while finishing the prayer. She vanished with one final psychic shriek that brought me to my knees. The kitchen lights suddenly came on by themselves. The temperature rose immediately, the freezing air replaced by normal warmth. My whole family was awake by then, standing in the doorway, staring at the mess of food from the refrigerator and the scattered sage. Dad started to yell, but Mom stopped him. She said she felt different, lighter somehow. After that night, the kitchen lights worked normally all the time. The insomnia that had plagued me for months gradually improved. The dead animals stopped appearing. Neither Mom nor I sleepwalked again. We lived in that house for 3 more years before Dad got transferred again. In that time, we never experienced anything else supernatural. Whatever the banshee was, she was gone. I'm 39 now with kids of my own, but I still can't stand being in a dark kitchen. I always turn on the lights, no matter what time it is. Some fears stay with you forever. And sometimes, in my dreams, I still see those glowing white eyes and that terrible smile waiting for me in the darkness. Story 20. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks now. I'm not a superstitious person. I'm a lawyer, for God's sake. I deal in facts, evidence, logical arguments. What happened on that ship defies all of that, but I need to tell someone, and maybe writing it all down will help me process it. I still wake up sweating most nights. This all happened last month on the maiden voyage of the MS Valhalla. You've probably seen it in the news. World's largest cruise ship, floating city, all that marketing crap. 20 decks, 5 swimming pools, a shopping mall, theaters, that ridiculous surf simulator. The whole thing cost like $4 billion to build. I never wanted to go on a cruise. The idea of being trapped on a floating hotel with thousands of strangers never appealed to me. But Melanie, my girlfriend of 3 years, had been dreaming about it. Her parents were cruise fanatics, and she grew up hearing their stories. When she saw the promotional deal for the Valhalla's maiden voyage to the Caribbean, she wouldn't stop talking about it. I caved after a week of her showing me pictures and videos. We boarded in Miami on a sunny Tuesday. I have to admit, my first impression of the ship was pretty overwhelming. Everything gleamed. The main atrium rose up 15 decks with glass elevators sliding up and down like something from a sci-fi movie. Our cabin was on deck 12, with a private balcony overlooking the ocean. The bathroom was bigger than the one in my first apartment. The first day was great, honestly. We explored the ship, had drinks by the pool, ate at one of the fancy restaurants. Melanie was glowing with excitement. That night we watched the sunset from our balcony and then went to see a show. Everything seemed perfect. The second night is when things started getting weird. We were having dinner in the main dining room when I felt it, a strange vibration running through the entire ship. Not the normal engine rumble, but something different, like a shudder. The lights flickered for maybe 5 seconds, not long enough for people to panic, but long enough that everyone noticed. The staff acted like nothing happened. When I asked our server about it, he smiled too widely and said something about normal adjustments on a new vessel. We went back to our cabin around 11. Melanie fell asleep quickly, but I stayed up reading. Around 1 in the morning, I heard commotion in the hallway. Voices, footsteps moving quickly. I opened our door just enough to peek out and saw several crew members hurrying past, talking into radios. One of them was saying something about no trace and check the cameras again. At breakfast the next morning, rumors were already spreading. A passenger had gone missing, completely vanished. A man in his 50s, traveling alone. Someone said he'd last been seen on deck 15 near the adult-only solarium. Another person claimed security had reviewed camera footage and found nothing, like he'd just disappeared into thin air. The captain made an announcement around 10, asking everyone to remain calm. He confirmed that they were looking into the whereabouts of a guest, but assured us there was no cause for concern. The activities continued as scheduled, but you could feel the tension. Crew members were everywhere, watching. The easy smiles from day one had been replaced with tight professional expressions. That afternoon, Melanie wanted to go to a wine tasting. I wasn't in the mood, so I told her I'd meet her later and decided to explore more of the ship. I found myself on deck 15, drawn to the area where the missing passenger was supposedly last seen. Part of the solarium had been cordoned off with velvet ropes. A sign read, "Area temporarily closed for maintenance." There were no crew members around, but something about that section made my skin crawl. The air felt different there, heavier somehow. I was about to leave when I noticed something odd about the wall panel near the roped-off area. It seemed to be vibrating slightly, almost imperceptibly. I rejoined Melanie for dinner, but couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. She noticed I was distracted and asked what was wrong. I told her about the cordoned-off area, but downplayed my uneasiness. She laughed and said I was being dramatic, that the ship was just so big it was playing tricks on my eyes. We went to the casino after dinner, had a few drinks, and returned to our cabin around midnight. I lay awake for over an hour after Melanie fell asleep, unable to shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong with this ship. The need to go back to that section on deck 15 kept growing until I couldn't ignore it anymore. I know how stupid this sounds, but it felt like something was calling me there. I slipped out of bed around 2 in the morning, got dressed quietly, and left our cabin. The ship was eerily quiet. The endless corridors with their identical doors made me feel like I was in some kind of nightmare. I took the stairs instead of the elevator, not wanting to draw attention. When I reached deck 15, I was surprised to find no security personnel guarding the roped-off area. The maintenance sign was still there, but the velvet ropes had been pushed aside slightly. My heart was pounding as I stepped over them. The wall I'd seen vibrating earlier had a door, not a normal cabin door, but something that looked more like a service entrance. It should have been locked, but when I tried the handle, it opened easily. Beyond it was a narrow corridor with dim, bluish emergency lighting. The passageway wasn't on any of the ship maps I'd studied. I should have turned back. Every instinct screamed at me to get out of there, but I kept going, drawn forward by a curiosity I couldn't explain. The corridor extended much farther than seemed possible given the ship's layout. After walking for what felt like minutes, I reached another door. As I raised my hand to open it, I heard a woman's voice behind me. "You shouldn't be here." I spun around to find a woman in a crew uniform standing a few feet away. Her skin was pale, almost translucent in the blue light. Her name tag read Elisa, but something about her appearance made my blood run cold. I could almost see the wall through her. "This area is restricted," she said. Her voice sounded wrong, like it was coming from somewhere else. "You need to leave. Now." "I'm sorry," I stammered. I was just curious about what happened to the missing passenger. Her expression changed then from stern to something like pity. "You really should go back to your cabin. Forget about this place." Instead of listening, I asked, "Do you know what happened to him?" She looked at the door I'd been about to open. They always find the sensitive ones, the ones who can feel it. "Feel what?" I asked. She didn't answer directly. "This ship isn't what you think it is. It wasn't built only in the shipyard." Before I could ask what the hell that meant, I heard a low humming from behind the door. The same vibration I'd felt at dinner was back, stronger now. The handle turned by itself. I should have run. I know that, but I didn't. I stood frozen as the door swung open. What I saw makes no sense. It couldn't exist. The door opened onto a vast, cavernous space that couldn't possibly fit inside the ship. It was like looking into an enormous dark void, stretching impossibly far in all directions. The space was filled with a dim, pulsing light that didn't illuminate so much as define the darkness. And in the center, floating in mid-air, was a man. I knew instantly it was the missing passenger. He was suspended about 20 feet away, his body limp, arms and legs hanging downward. His eyes were open but vacant, staring at nothing. He wasn't moving, wasn't struggling. He just floated there. Around him, throughout that impossible space, were whispers, countless voices speaking languages I didn't recognize. Some sounded ancient, others not human at all. They grew louder as I stood there until they seemed to speak as one. "You should not have come here." The door slammed shut behind me. I was trapped in that impossible room with the floating man and the voices. The darkness seemed to be moving, shifting, coming toward me. I backed up against the door, fumbling for the handle, but it was gone. That's when I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. The crewwoman, Elisa, was somehow beside me, inside this place. "Close your eyes," she whispered. "Don't look at them. They're drawn to attention." I squeezed my eyes shut. The whispers grew angrier, closer. I felt something brush against my face, cold and wet. "I can help you leave," Elisa said, "but you have to promise to get off this ship at the next port. Tell your girlfriend anything, make any excuse, but get off." "What is this place?" I managed to ask, eyes still closed tight. "It's hungry," was all she said. Then she grabbed my wrist, her touch ice cold. "When I tell you to run, run straight ahead, and don't stop, no matter what you hear." I felt the air change, felt a door open. "Run!" she shouted. I ran blindly, eyes still closed. The whispers became screams of rage. Something grabbed at my ankle, but I kept going. I slammed into a wall, felt along it until I found an opening and tumbled through. I was back in the main corridor of Deck 15. The door behind me was just a normal service door now. Elisa was gone. I ran all the way back to our cabin, heart pounding out of my chest. Melanie was still asleep when I got back. I sat in the bathroom for hours, shaking, trying to convince myself I'd had some kind of hallucination or waking nightmare. The next morning, the captain announced that 2 more passengers had disappeared overnight. His voice was strained. He canceled the day's activities and said we'd be making an unscheduled stop at the nearest port. But we never reached that port. The ship's navigation systems malfunctioned. We sailed in circles for hours. When I checked our location on my phone's GPS, we were hundreds of miles from where the ship's information channel claimed we were. We were heading deeper into the Caribbean, away from populated islands. I tried to tell Melanie what I'd seen, but she thought I was having some kind of breakdown. She suggested I visit the ship's medical center. I knew they wouldn't believe me either. That night, the lights went out all over the ship for nearly 10 minutes. When they came back on, 7 more passengers had vanished. People were panicking now. The crew seemed just as frightened. I started noticing things about the ship I hadn't seen before. Certain corridors that seemed to extend too far. Doors that weren't on the ship's maps. Crew members like Elisa, who moved differently, spoke differently, never seemed to interact with the other staff. On our 5th night at sea, I woke to find Melanie gone from our bed. The balcony door was open, the curtains fluttering in the breeze. I ran out onto the balcony, looked down into the black water below. Nothing. I searched the ship for hours. No one would help me. Other passengers were looking for their missing companions too. The captain had stopped making announcements. Some crew members had abandoned their posts and were huddled in corners, praying. I never found Melanie. I never found answers. 3 days later, a Coast Guard vessel intercepted us and escorted the Valhalla to port. The official story was a series of mechanical and navigational failures combined with a norovirus outbreak that caused mass hallucinations. 17 passengers were officially listed as missing. I know there were more. I still don't know what happened on that ship. I don't know what that place was behind the door or who Elisa really was. All I know is that something ancient and hungry lives within the MS Valhalla, something that feeds on people, and it's still out there, preparing for its next voyage. Story 21. I was only 8 when my parents bought that house in the small hamlet in the north of England. I remember being excited at first. It was bigger than our old place, had these huge windows that were supposed to let in tons of light, and my parents kept going on about how lucky we were to get such a modern home for the price. But from the first day we walked in, something felt wrong. The first time I stepped through the front door, I felt this heaviness press down on me. It's hard to explain to people who haven't felt it, but it was like walking through invisible cobwebs, except the cobwebs stuck to you and wouldn't brush off. My parents didn't notice anything. They were too busy pointing out all the features of the house to my sister and me. Look at the skylights, Oliver. Check out the kitchen. It's been completely renovated. But all I could think was how dark everything seemed, despite those massive windows. The house should have been bright. It was painted in these cheerful colors, light blues and yellows, but somehow the rooms always felt gloomy, like the house itself was sad. I know that sounds stupid, but that's genuinely how it felt, like the building itself was depressed. My bedroom was the worst. It was at the back of the house, facing the moors. I hated it from the first night. No matter how many lights I turned on, one corner of the room always seemed darker than it should be, and I constantly felt like I was being watched from that corner. My neck would prickle, and the hairs would stand up. I'd turn around expecting to see someone there, but of course there was nothing, just that unnaturally dark corner. About 2 weeks after we moved in, the first really weird thing happened. I was sleeping, or at least I thought I was, when I heard this elderly woman's voice right next to my ear. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning. She was commenting on a TV commercial, something about how the prices nowadays were ridiculous. I jumped up, heart pounding, but there was no one there. The house was completely silent. I tried to tell my mum about it the next morning, but she just said I'd had a dream. Maybe I did, but it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like someone had been standing right next to my bed, talking. Things escalated from there. About a month later, I was playing with this toy robot my dad had given me for my birthday. I was taking pictures of it with my digital camera, just messing around. When I looked through the viewfinder for one shot, I swear to God, the robot turned its head and looked right at me. There was this audible click as it moved. I dropped the camera and ran out of my room. My dad found me hiding in the bathroom. I couldn't explain what had happened without sounding crazy, so I just said I wasn't feeling well. The camera thing became a recurring issue. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find my digital camera turned on, the screen glowing in the darkness. One night I checked it and found that it had been scrolling through photos of me and my sister. Not the landscapes or the pictures of my toys, just the ones with us in them. I started hiding the camera in my desk drawer, but sometimes I'd still wake up to find it on my bedside table, powered up and cycling through those same photos. During thunderstorms, which were common in that area, I'd see faces in the wallpaper of my room. Lightning would flash, and for a split second I'd see them. Sometimes it was a woman with a veil, like she was praying, and other times it was this screaming face with these swept-back horns. I know how this sounds, but I wasn't imagining it. These images would appear and disappear with each lightning flash, as if they were underneath the wallpaper. One afternoon I was watching TV alone in the living room when the screen suddenly went black. When it came back on, it wasn't showing the cartoon I'd been watching. Instead, there were these writhing maggots covering the screen, and text appeared saying something about heart disease. I screamed for my mum, but by the time she got there, the TV was back to normal. She thought I was making it up for attention. It wasn't just me who experienced strange things in that house. A boy from down the road came over to play one day, and he refused to come back after he said he saw orbs circling in our living room. My grandmother visited for a weekend and mentioned at breakfast how peaceful it was to see the golden orbs floating gently around the living room the night before. My parents exchanged looks but didn't say anything. My sister had this Halloween dollhouse that would sometimes activate in the middle of the night. We'd all wake up to the tinny, distorted music it played. My dad would check the batteries, confirm they were dead, yet the thing would still light up and play music at 3 a.m. But the worst part wasn't the strange occurrences. It was what happened to my family. My parents started changing after we moved in. My mum, who had always been this strong, confident woman, became jumpy and afraid. She'd spend hours just staring out the window at the moors, and when I'd ask her what she was looking at, she'd say nothing in this hollow voice I didn't recognize. My dad changed too. He became aggressive, snapping at us for the smallest things. He started coming home later and later. One night I overheard my mum crying on the phone to her sister saying she thought Dad was having an affair. 6 months after we moved in, he moved out, just like that. Our happy family was shattered. I later found out that this had happened before. Multiple families had lived in that house, all of them arriving happy and leaving broken. The family before us had completely fallen apart. The mother had turned to drugs after her husband left her. I wondered if the house was somehow responsible, if it was feeding off our happiness and replacing it with misery. Around the time my dad left, I started having these dreams. Not normal kid dreams about monsters or flying. These were about things I couldn't possibly know. I dreamed about my aunt's miscarriage before anyone told me she was even pregnant. I dreamed about my teacher's father dying 3 days before it happened. My mum got freaked out when I started mentioning these things at breakfast, like they were normal conversation topics. One morning, I told my mum's friend Julia that her husband was talking to another woman on the computer late at night. I had no way of knowing this. I'd never even been to Julia's house. But a week later, Julia and her husband separated over an online affair. After that, my mum's friends stopped coming over. The computer in our house would turn on by itself at night. We'd wake up to the sound of keys being tapped when no one was at the keyboard. The smoke alarms would go off for no reason, always at exactly 3:13 in the morning. My dad, during his weekly visits, insisted on keeping the hallway lights on at night, something he'd always been against before to save electricity. When I asked him why, he just said, "It's better this way, Ollie," and refused to elaborate. By that point, I was convinced something was living in the house with us, something that didn't want us there, or maybe something that wanted to keep us there but not as a family. I felt like it was feeding off our fear and unhappiness. I tried to tell my mum about all of this once, when she was having a rare good day. I poured everything out, the voices, the faces in the wallpaper, the camera turning on by itself. She listened quietly, then hugged me tight and said, "I know, sweetheart. I know." That was when I realized she'd been experiencing things too. We moved out 3 months later. My mum said it was because we needed a fresh start after the divorce, but I knew the real reason. The house had broken us, just like it had broken all the families before us. It's been 15 years, and I still have nightmares about that place. In my dreams, I'm back in my old bedroom, staring at that dark corner, knowing something is staring back at me. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house followed us. My parents never got back together. My dad remarried and barely speaks to me anymore. My mum never quite got her confidence back. Last year, out of morbid curiosity, I looked up the house online. It's been sold 3 times since we left, each time to a happy family, each time back on the market within a year. The current listing shows a bright modern home with huge windows and cheerful paint. It looks perfectly normal, but I know better. I know what waits inside for the next family foolish enough to make it their home. Sometimes I think about warning them, but who would believe me? Who would believe that a house could do what that one did to us? I wouldn't, if I hadn't lived through it myself. So I stay silent, and the house claims another family, and the cycle continues. And every night I check the dark corners of my apartment before I go to sleep, just to make sure nothing followed me here from that place on the moors. Story 22. I never thought I'd actually be sharing this. I've been a trucker for 15 years, seen all kinds of weird shit on the road, but nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, comes close to what happened to me 3 weeks ago on Route 50 in Nevada. People call it the loneliest road in America, and for good reason. But lonely doesn't begin to describe what I experienced out there. I'm still trying to make sense of it. My hands are shaking just typing this out, but I need to tell someone. Maybe one of you has seen something similar or can explain what the hell happened to me. It was a Thursday night, my regular haul from Salt Lake to Reno. I've done this route hundreds of times. It should have been routine. The weather report mentioned potential fog, but nothing that would slow me down significantly. I was already running a bit behind because my pickup in Salt Lake had some inventory issues, so I decided to push through rather than stop for the night. But first, I should back up. About a week before this happened, something weird occurred while I was driving through Utah. It was around 3 in the morning, clear night, stars everywhere. My CB radio suddenly crackled to life, which wasn't unusual, except for the fact that there weren't any other trucks around for miles. The voice that came through was barely audible, just a whisper that said, "Turn back." That was it, just those 2 words. I tried to respond, asking who was there, but got nothing but static. I figured it was just some interference or maybe some kids messing around with a radio. But it stuck with me, like an itch you can't scratch. Anyway, back to Nevada. The fog that night wasn't normal. By the time I hit the state line, it was so thick I could barely see 20 feet in front of my truck. My headlights just bounced back at me, creating this weird tunnel effect. I had to slow down to about 30 miles per hour, which was killing my delivery time. Around 2 in the morning, the fog somehow got even worse. I'm talking pea soup thick, the kind where you start questioning if you're still on the road. I was straining my eyes so hard they hurt, and that's when this overwhelming feeling washed over me, like I was being watched. Not just observed, but studied. I kept checking my mirrors, but all I could see was fog and darkness. My fuel gauge was getting low, dangerously low. I'd planned to fill up at my usual stop in Ely, but I was still at least 50 miles out. That's when I saw it through the fog. A dim, yellowish light flickering off to the right side of the highway. As I got closer, I realized it was an old gas station with a single light bulb swinging above what looked like a pump. Here's the thing. I've driven this stretch of Route 50 for years. I know every stop, every turn, every landmark. This gas station, I'd never seen it before. Not once, but my gauge was hovering just above empty, and I didn't have much choice. I pulled in slowly, the gravel crunching under my tires. The place looked abandoned, windows boarded up, faded advertisements from what looked like the 1970s, rust everywhere, just one ancient pump standing there under that swinging light bulb. No other cars, no other lights, nothing. I sat in my cab for a good 5 minutes, debating whether to get out. The feeling of being watched had intensified. It felt like the fog itself had eyes. Finally, I grabbed my flashlight and climbed down. The silence was absolute. No wind, no distant traffic, not even insects. Just the creak of that light bulb swinging back and forth. The pump was one of those old mechanical ones with the rotating numbers. No card reader, no digital display. I tried to work it, but nothing happened. No gas flowed. I started heading back to my truck when I heard a distinct creak behind me. The door to the station had opened about an inch, just swung open on its own. No lights inside, just darkness. I stood there frozen, telling myself it was just the wind, even though there wasn't any. I should have left right then. Should have jumped in my truck and taken my chances with the fuel, but I didn't. Stupid, right? I convinced myself there might be an attendant inside, or at least a phone I could use. I approached slowly, flashlight beam bouncing off the glass door. "Hello?" I called out. "Anyone working?" No response. The inside of the station was covered in dust and cobwebs. My flashlight revealed empty shelves, a counter with an ancient cash register, and a layer of dust so thick on the floor that my footprint stood out clearly. The place smelled musty, like it had been closed up for decades. I was about to turn around when my flashlight caught something in the back corner of the store. At first I thought it was a mannequin or some kind of store display. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. It was facing away from me, perfectly still. My blood went cold. I knew somehow that whatever this thing was, it wasn't human. It wasn't a mannequin either. It had a presence to it, an energy that made the air feel thick and heavy. Very slowly, without making a sound, I started backing toward the door. That's when it moved. Its head rotated. Not like a person turning to look, but like an owl, a 180-degree turn that no human neck could make. But there was no face. Where features should have been was just smooth, pale skin stretched tight over a skull-like structure. Its head was cocked at an angle that looked broken, unnatural. I ran. I didn't even think about it. My body just moved. I sprinted back to my truck, fumbling with the keys, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. As I pulled myself into the cab, my CB radio suddenly crackled to life with that same whispering voice. "Turn back." I fired up the engine and peeled out of there, not even caring about the fuel situation anymore. In my side mirror, I saw it emerge from the station. It moved in a way I can't really describe, not quite walking, more like gliding, its two long limbs barely seeming to touch the ground. I pushed my rig as fast as it would go, fog be damned. The speedometer hit 70, then 80. Dangerous as hell in that fog, but I was more afraid of what was behind me. Every few seconds I'd check my mirrors, and that's when I realized something impossible. It was keeping pace with me. 80 miles per hour, and this thing was right behind my trailer, gliding through the fog. The radio kept whispering now, different phrases. "You can't outrun him. He's been waiting. He knows you now." Each time, the voice was clearer, closer somehow. I drove like that for what felt like hours, too terrified to slow down, constantly checking my mirrors. Sometimes I'd lose sight of it in the fog, and I'd feel a moment of relief. Then it would appear again, sometimes right beside the truck, that faceless head tilted, watching me through the window. The sun started to come up around 6 in the morning. As the first rays broke through, the fog began to thin. I checked my mirrors again, and the thing was gone, just disappeared. I kept driving for another hour until I reached a rest stop with other trucks and people. I pulled in and just sat there shaking, unable to even get out of my cab. I've tried to convince myself it was sleep deprivation, that I hallucinated the whole thing, but I know what I saw. I know what followed me through that fog for hours. The worst part is, I know it's still out there, waiting. I've taken 3 weeks off work, but my savings are running low. I'll have to get back on the road soon. I'm writing this from a motel in Reno. I haven't told anyone else who would believe me. But last night, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Just 2 words. Turn back. I don't know what to do. I don't know what this thing wants from me or why it chose me. All I know is that the Nevada highway has something on it that shouldn't exist, something that waits in the fog for trucks to pass by. And once it sees you, it doesn't forget. Has anyone else encountered something like this on Route 50, or am I really losing my mind?